erzählen die, den Göttern die.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Appreciate you.
Victoria siempre. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA Infrared Rising.
Mir das Herz zusammen. Musik. Mir den Kopf zusammen. Musik. Mir das Herz zusammen. Musik. Mir den Kopf zusammen. Musik. Le ciel est noir, mon ami.
Based.
Mais j'y vois clair et la pluie. Der Regen wäscht uns von allen Sünden. La vie est flamme, mon amour, et le vent souffle chaque jour. Der Wind bläst, uns daran zu erinnern, dass wir uns lieben. Les nuits sont longues, mon amante, comme une ivresse obsédante. Diese Nächte sind ein paar Augenblicke der Ewigkeit. Le long du fleuve, mon âme sœur, du haut des cimes aux profondeurs. Der Wind bläst, uns daran zu erinnern, dass wir uns lieben. De mon âme à ton âme. 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 Le ciel est noir, mon ami, mais j'y vois clair et la pluie. Der Regen wäscht uns von allen Sünden. La vie est flamme, mon amour, et le vent souffle chaque jour. Der Wind bläst, uns daran zu erinnern, dass wir uns lieben. Les nuits sont longues,
Based.
mon amante, comme une ivresse obsédante. Diese Nächte sind ein paar Augenblicke der Ewigkeit. Le long du fleuve, mon âme sœur, du haut des cimes aux
Based.
Le ciel est noir, mon ami, mais j'y vois clair et la pluie. Der Regen wäscht uns von allen Sünden. La vie est flamme, mon amour, et le vent souffle chaque jour. Der Wind bläst, uns daran zu erinnern, dass wir uns lieben. Les nuits sont longues, mon amante, comme une ivresse obsédante. Diese Nächte sind ein paar Augenblicke der Ewigkeit. Le long du fleuve, mon âme sœur, du haut des cimes aux profondeurs. Der Wind bläst, uns daran zu erinnern, dass wir uns lieben. De mon âme à ton âme. 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 Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Alright, before anything, I guess I have something to announce. We're gonna save the best for last. We're gonna take it from least important to most important.
Tell me how last week you were leaving this. Now you're on your knees, acting like you always needed it. I ain't tryna waste my time. You had me once, you ain't gonna get it twice. Not tonight, baby.
Детка, ты же меня знаешь, я постоянно занят. Думаю о делах даже закрытыми.
Just in case anyone's concerned, this is what you always gotta say. So I learned something. So actually, I made a decision earlier today to postpone the showdown to next week because we didn't have enough of a lineup, and also I wanted to do more preparation to put into it. So it's gonna be delayed. But I also found out, I don't know when this happened, but I actually got removed from the Zerka Royale Discord. I had no idea why, and I asked someone I knew, and they told me actually the reason was because of the showdown. So apparently, I don't know, I guess Zerka's working with like Dylan Burns and DGG to preserve Dylan Burns' monopoly on debate panels. So we really don't have any allies right now, besides Jackson. Yeah, I made the infrared showdown. I kept emphasizing how it's not going to be anything like the Zerka Royale. There's going to be no normie content. It's going to try and cut into Dylan Burns' monopoly on debate panels on Fridays. But Dylan shows are boring as fuck. Yeah, but me and Jackson need to build our own political community on Twitch. Politics is very different from the normie shit. And we are always constantly under attack from the political community because they all march in unison under the banner of DGG. And even when I try to escape the political stuff, like when I go on Zerka's shit, these political people are still on my fucking back. So I found it necessary to carve out my own political niche, to break the fucking DGG echo chamber and just have a more diverse array of ideologies on political Twitch, more populist oriented. So DGG's political Twitch sphere is mainly liberal and blue pill, whatever. I wanted to create my own political niche with Jackson that's more populist, across the board, whether left-wingers, conservatives, I don't care, right? Just more populist in general and anti-establishment. But This is something I don't know. I suspect maybe Zerka's working with Dylan Burns and the DG Destiny or whoever, and he's working to preserve their monopoly or whatever. So whatever. I'm not gonna be going back on the fucking I'm not gonna be going back on the Zerka Royale apparently. Whatever, you know, yeah. I liked some of the people on the panel. I mean, I like pretty much everyone on the Zerka Royale thing, but it's what it is, man. That is what it is. There's things on Twitch you don't know about. There's things on Twitch you don't know about. You don't really know about the secret behind the doors alliances that are going on. You know, I still don't know. Why don't you contact Zerka himself? No, what the fuck? That's so stupid. Like, that's fucking stupid. If there was an issue with the showdown, they should have contacted me, right? But maybe some snake told him it was like the Royale. But the fact they just removed me, they didn't even ask me any fucking questions, is enough for me. That's honestly enough for me. The fact they just fucking did that and didn't even do anything, especially when I didn't even like make full preparations for the showdown. They could have at least been like, hey, if you make the showdown, we're gonna remove you. Still would have done it anyway, right? But the fact that that's the angle they're coming from. Destiny spoke about Dylan blacklisting. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to create a populist political Twitch niche. Because political Twitch and normie Twitch are never going to be one and the same thing. And I'm getting followed. When I'm doing normie content, the political people are watching me and following me. Look at what happened when I went on Kiana's show. I went on Kiana's show, completely normal, casual content, and I got fucking attacked for 1 week on Twitter for normie content that I did. So I do need my own fucking political sphere where you're outside of the left liberal bubble, right? And the fact that you know this such bitch shit to fucking kick me out of the fucking Royales is, while I was being attacked by literally the entire Twitter left, the entire online left, where the fuck were these Zerka Royale people to fucking have my back? Absolutely fucking nowhere, right? And that's fine. I don't expect that of them. But then they're gonna come at me and fucking remove me because I'm trying to build my own fucking niche on Twitch. That's gonna shield me from that fucking bullshit that they can't protect me from. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the Zerka Royale. Bro, all these streamers probably work together. All these people from the Raj show, they're probably all secretly friends and they work together. Like me and Jackson, we're trying to do a game changer thing, a showdown where we want to carve out a new niche for fucking political Twitch, and they're out here protecting fucking Dylan Burns and DGG's fucking monopoly. They're out here protecting his monopoly. Fine, go be friends with each other. I don't give a fuck. Could it be anything other than them blackball you out of the panel community? I think they're working with them. I think they're all working together to preserve the fucking status quo. You know? Such snake shit. Actually pisses me the fuck off. It actually pisses me the fuck off. Fuck the whole fucking Zerka Royale, man. Fuck that whole fucking thing. You're gonna come at me for doing this? You're gonna come at me for doing this? Something I fucking need to grow my shit? There's only like 2 people from Zerka's Royale that I invited, which is Anna and Bullet, because both of them are political. I didn't even reach out to anyone else from his fucking Royale either. Yeah, it's not even the same day. Oh, sorry, Fridays were fucking taken. fuck is that shit, man? Sorry fucking Fridays were taken. Bro, you meet these people in person, and they shake your fucking hand and smile, and they act like they're your fucking friend. Then they go and do this kind of shit. You know how fucking fake it is, man. You know how fucking... I met these fucking people in person, you know? These people are fake as fuck. Thank you, Liga, for the sub. Yeah, I got the Hasan clip. We're gonna react to everything. We have a lot to react to. The CPUSA also dragged me through the mud today too in one of their videos, and I'm going to respond to that as well. I just gotta collect myself, and we have to begin. There's so much we have to cover today. So much we have to cover today. The Dylan Prime case drama? No, I didn't. I didn't see that shit. We are really free floating right now on fucking Twitch, man. Mike from PA was talking shit about me today. There's nothing Mike from PA that can say about me that's gonna hurt me more than the video of him touching Bad Bunny and her reacting in disgust. Just like Bad Bunny, she tweets shit talking about me, but there's a video on the first fucking video on YouTube is 10 million views from Penguin Zero. She literally got attacked by PewDiePie, Penguin Zero. Millions and millions and millions of people think Bad Bunny's a fucking freak and mock her and hate her and drag her. And these people are gonna tweet at me like it makes a fucking difference. At most, 10,000 people are my enemy. These people have millions of enemies. Meanwhile, millions, if they knew me, would love me, right? At most, 10,000 people hate me, right? At most, at minimum, 10 million hate Bad Bunny and Mike from PA. I think that's a good trade-off. Yeah, she's a complete fucking fake. She's a complete fake. Complete fake.
This is good.
We're gonna start with the Hasan clip.
Academics, teachers. Some of my
No, the infrared showdown's being delayed by a week.
I love this 8 Infra 8 ready.
They didn't ruin the showdown. I found out I was kicked out of the Royale after I decided to delay it. Because we need more preparation. We need bigger names to be on it. But what's basically going on is that whether intentionally or not, Zerka's working with Dylan to protect Dylan Burns' monopoly on debate panels, is what's going on. Because for whatever reason, Zerka wants to preserve the political status quo on Twitch. You know, my shit could not possibly cut into his fucking normie Royale shit. So the only logical explanation is that he wants to preserve the current political status quo on Twitch. That's it. These people are snakes, man. They all fucking work together behind the scenes. You know? They all work together. They probably work together behind the scenes. There's no other fucking way to explain it. I get fucking attacked by the Twitch politics people every day. Even when I do normie content, they're on my fucking back. But apparently, I'm not allowed to try and carve out my own fucking political niche to shield me from that fucking bullshit on Twitch. We're not allowed to grow our own fucking populist political niche. It has to be given to the fucking liberals and Dylan Burns. Apparently, that's what's going on. Yo, I noticed something was weird too. Maybe it was before. When I was ready to go on the Royale Wednesday, and they were like, "Oh, you're not on the cast today." What the fuck does that mean? Since when go talk to my producer to come on the cast? Man, fuck that shit. You know what I mean? I've been on this fucking show every fucking week for fucking months now, and I have to go ask the fucking producer or whatever to get on. Why the fuck you then? I'm not gonna fucking get on then. You know what I mean? oh, I gotta schedule it. I gotta schedule. Any evidence of this collusion you're describing? There's no other explanation. There's no other explanation for why. There's no other explanation for why me wanting to do a fucking debate panel on Friday is a problem. There's no fucking other explanation. The only person who that's a problem for is Dylan Burns. That's the only person who it's a fucking problem for. You'd be cucking him too. Explain how. Go ahead and explain how. Explain how Zerka gets harmed by me doing a fucking debate panel on Friday. Go ahead and explain that. Explain why he even has anything to fucking do with that. Is Zerka friends with Dylan? I think, you know, it's so weird how when we were beefing, Dylan reached out to him to be a judge. It's so weird. So I don't know. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. You know as much as I do. Yeah, success would only boost the Royale, if anything, right? Grow me, wherever I'm going, it'll fucking grow it. I don't even give a fucking shit. Honestly, I don't even give a fucking shit. I really don't give a fucking shit. Let them, yeah, let them go and have the fucking Royale without me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck do I care? Fuck do I give a shit, man? I don't give a fucking shit. When is the infrared Royale? You know why I can't make my own fucking normie Royale? Because I can't fucking stomach fake people. That's why I can't fucking do it myself. I can't do it myself because I can't stomach fake fucking people. I'm not a fake fuck who, you know what I mean? Who's about that fake shit. I just can't. It makes me sick to my stomach. I could go on and fuck with everybody or whatever, like how I always do, but I can't make my own. I can't make my own and pretend like I'm friends with people and normies and shit that I don't even fucking know and just make this fucking spectacle. They realize their mistake and re-invite you. Nah, if they re-invite me, I'm not fucking going back. That's the thing. I'm never going back to that fucking Royale. I'm never fucking going back to that fucking shit. I'm never going back to that fucking shit, man. Fuck that shit, man. I don't need that fucking goddamn bullshit. What do you do with this fucking bullshit? These people fucking plotting behind my back, doing shit behind my fucking back. How the fuck do I even know if I go on that shit, they're gonna fucking ambush me and snake me with some shit, huh? Fucking go on that shit, they'll ambush me and snake me. These fucking people are out to fucking get me, you understand? I need you to fucking understand. that these fucking Twitch people are all out to fucking get me. All of them. All of these big fucking Twitch people, every fucking move they've made, they're out to fucking get me. I will never, ever, ever forgive people who snake me in this moment. When I am fucking under attack by every fucking, literal, the entire internet left is on my fucking back right now. I'm under so much fucking pressure. Anyone who fucking snakes me at this fucking moment, you're not only not my fucking ally, you're my fucking enemy. I didn't ask my fucking allies to come help me in this fucking moment. But the fact they snake me in this moment, you know why they're doing it, right? Because they probably see how on Twitter I'm being black. Literally everyone's, even people who are former sympathetic, everybody's coming after me. Everybody's coming after me. Literally every leftist, every political person, they are all after me right now. So they probably see and they go, oh, we gotta cut Haas loose. This is too much of a liability. We gotta cut him loose. Cut me off while I'm getting canceled. Such a bitch move, man. Such a fucking bitch move. That's okay. That's fine. Maybe he was planning a politics panel, but was beaten to the punch. Oh, he can't say that? Despite not making any public announcement? Despite not telling anybody anything about that? No, there's no fucking alliance. There's no fucking alliance. There's no fucking alliance. Bro, what part of... They literally just removed me. They didn't say shit to me. They didn't say a goddamn fucking thing. They just removed me. What part of that you gotta understand? Literally, they didn't even say anything. Behind the scenes, they decided they're gonna cut me loose and cut me off from it. That's what they fucking did. Too much drama, better to just make new friends. That's what I think too. But here's the thing. You don't make friends from political Twitch. Political Twitch is not normie Twitch. But here's what I've learned. What I've learned is there's no such thing as making friends on the internet. Maybe even in general. I mean, Jackson's a friend, but I'm saying with this normie Twitch shit, these people are not friends. These are not friends. There's no such thing as friends. Ain't no such thing as friends. Ain't no such thing as friends. So I'm gonna keep it that way. I'm just gonna keep it business-like going forward. Here forward, I'm just gonna keep it business-like. Shit is just a business. Guys, don't fucking hype up this fucking panel so much. You guys need to understand this shit is a business. It's all a fucking business, and we just wanted to see how it would go. We just wanted to see how that shit would even go. We don't know how it was gonna go. We needed more names and more people, but we had no fucking idea how the fucking panel was gonna go. We just wanted to fucking test it out. Don't bank on this panel. It's not our saving grace. It was something we wanted to test out. You guys, I hate to break it to you, but circle jerks are a waste of time. Circle jerks are a waste of time. A debate panel is to get in outside views. You understand? It's not to have a fucking cozy circle jerk. What happened? And we delayed it a week. We're gonna try and get more people. Fake ass fucking Twitch, man. Fake ass fucking place. What a fake ass fucking place. Where will you get people if all Twitch hates you? We're gonna start with smaller. Not everyone hates me. Not everyone. It's just that the leaders hate me. All of those fucking Monopoly people fucking hate me. All the fucking Monopoly people hate me. Strongest allies, Jackson, by far. By far, Jackson. Not even a competition. He went hard on Prime Case to get rid of his competition. Yeah, and he's got his buddy Zerka backing him up too. So the liberals can enjoy their fucking reign on Twitch. Right? Bro, after the chipmunk shit, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When he's going hard against me after that dumb chipmunk shit, he was signaling to all my You know, it's not like he's just attacking me in private. He's attacking me and giving credibility to all my enemies. That's what he's doing, right? But I went to Austin and I met people from the Royale, and then I realized, okay, I'll look past it, right? I'll look past it and just forget about it. Then this shit happens. Yeah, I'm just not paranoid enough. I swear to God, I'm not paranoid enough. I swear to God, I just let things go because I don't want to think I'm fucking crazy. But it turns out all of my fucking suspicions are correct. All of my fucking suspicions are actually correct. Every single one of my suspicions turns out to be true. You got these people holding out and protecting Dylan Burns' fucking monopoly on debate panels. Ooh, wow. Wow. It was so weird when I found out he was going to be a judge in the Destiny debate. That was when I was like, huh, I'm just going to ignore that. Then this shit. Put two and two together. Thank you, Janon. I don't believe any of this shit is real. I don't believe any of this shit is real. None of this fucking shit on Twitch is real. None of it. Bunch of fucking gatekeeping, lying ass, fucking fake ass people. Bunch of fucking gatekeeping, fucking lying ass, fucking fake ass fucking people. Stupid fucking gatekeeping ass, fucking circle jerk ass fucking community. Fuck that whole entire fucking thing. Fuck that whole entire thing, man. Bunch of fucking gatekeepers. Bunch of gatekeepers. Oh, yeah, we're just gonna remove you without telling you because we're the gatekeepers. And we're gonna handle things behind the scenes. And we're the gatekeepers. And fuck you, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Like I didn't see that shit in middle school? Grow the fuck up, man. Bunch of fake ass fucking people. Same people that shake your hand and smile in real life. Same ones that do this kind of shit. Like I met these fucking people. Same exact ones do this kind of shit. Fake ass fucking people, man. Fake ass fucking people. What? RT? RT's got the infrared globe? What are you talking about? Oh. Nah, I'm not gonna fucking call him. I'm not gonna fucking call him. Fucking bridge was already burned. As far as I can see, the bridge was already fucking burned. Should just stay that way, you know? So I'm gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Move on from this dumb shit. Just remember, when those Royales come around, they go, where's Haas? Haas, are you going on the right? I got nothing to do with that fucking Royale. They kicked me out of the Royale. They blacklisted me, banned me from the Royale. I remember John saying he thought you were coming last Royale. What are you talking about? I literally went in the Discord. I said, what's going on today? And the producer of the Royale goes, you're not on the cast. Contact the producer for next week. Okay. The fuck? Let them have their fucking sleeper Royale, man. I don't give a fuck. Contact the producer to be on. Man, fuck your producer. The fuck you talking about? Why did you and Zerka fall out? Go ask him. Because I was doing a fucking debate panel on Fridays. And that's apparently why. Because I was trying to cut into fucking Dylan Burns' fucking monopoly. And he wants to protect Dylan Burns' fucking monopoly. So that's why. Man, these people, listen, like I said, all these people act like they're enemies. Red pill versus blue pill. They have friends behind the scenes. Trust me. Trust me, these people, friends behind the scenes. So, oh, we're red pill. Oh, they're blue pill. Oh, we're based. Oh, they're liberals. Nah, y'all are friends behind the scenes. Y'all working together. Y'all working together 100%. Yeah, I saw the RT shit, dude. I saw the RT shit. You don't gotta fucking tell me about it. I saw the fucking RT shit. It's gotta be a misunderstanding. Ain't no fucking misunderstanding. Ain't no fucking misunderstanding. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. You don't just remove someone, not even ask any fucking questions, and not know what you're fucking doing. You don't just do that shit and not know what you're doing. You know what you're fucking doing. They know exactly what's going on. Trust me, they know exactly what's going on. Alright, we're gonna watch this Hasan shit. So I gotta preface some stuff. We're gonna move on now. We're moving on. I gotta preface something. Everybody holds your fucking horses. Jackson made a tweet last night. He deleted it because fucking Twitter leftists were so... Listen, this dude... Jackson got ratioed really hard and really bad. Like... I went to bed and it was like at 600 quote tweets. And apparently he was getting death threats. He was getting so much fucking hate. And to my disgust, even people who act like they're sympathetic to me and Jackson joined in with the fucking mob of dumbasses on Twitter to attack Jackson. Oh, this is too far. This is where I'm going to draw the line. And started fucking attacking him. Right? For making this tweet. He got death threats. He got a tsunami of hatred and fucking just... You know what I noticed? Before I ever went famous, I noticed something that works on Twitter. A tweet that has the most truth in it stirs the most... It touches nerves. He touched a nerve here. Every tweet I used to see in 2018, 2019, 2020, that people would just ratio the fuck out of an attack and it would cause a shitstorm, those were always the tweets that were based in the truth. And I used to get angry seeing those tweets Because I was like, yeah, DGGers were literally, it wasn't just like the leftists, right? It's DGGers and everyone you could fucking possibly imagine was going after Jackson for this fucking tweet. Literally everyone you could fucking imagine, right? Everybody going after him. That's what we're up against right now. That's what we're up against. Many of you in the chat probably are like, huh? What is Jackson saying here? What does he mean? Now, I want to quote Mao so you get it through your head. No investigation, no right to speak. If you think with your emotions, you are a fucking weakling. You are a pathetic fucking weakling. If you have a knee-jerk reaction to this tweet, you just proved you're not man enough to be a fucking communist. If you had a knee-jerk reaction to this tweet, and the first thing you did was got emotional about it, you just proved you're a little gyno soy estrogenic little bitch who doesn't have a fucking... You don't have any fucking maturity, cold-headedness, critical thinking skills whatsoever. Even if you're our supporters, if you saw this and immediately became emotional, you gotta rethink your life. You are way too emotional to be a Marxist-Leninist. You are way too emotional to be a communist. And you are not the stuff of a delegate. And I'm trying to make you into fucking delegates. No fucking delegate of the Communist Party. No fucking delegate is gonna be this fucking gyno emotional. Now, do you have to agree with it if you don't understand it? No, you don't have to. But if you have a knee-jerk reaction and you join the chorus of people attacking Jackson over this fucking tweet, you are a little bitch. You are a fucking coward, and you fucking break at the smallest fucking amount of pressure. You break in the face of pressure. Because you see thousands of people going after Jackson, you go, okay, I relent. You fucking coward. I relent. This is too far. What will become of the discourse? The discourse, the community, the left-wing bubble. Come on, guys. At a certain point, we all have solidarity here, right? At a certain point, we're all part of the left still, right? The left with a capital L. The left. I want to immolate the left. I want to set the left with a capital L ablaze. And when this left burns in a smoldering and purifying fire, there then may arise a communism worthy of our times. I'm not part of your fucking left. I'm not part of your fucking left. I'm not part of your little fucking bubble. I'm not part of your little community and your little discourse. Your little discourse. Solidarity. Solidarity back, comrade. Meh, me. I want to deliver this talking head, which copes by having another talking head. Discourse. I leave only one head to face the silence of a smoldering void. That is how I will destroy the left. I'm going to destroy the left in ways no right-winger could ever even fucking fathom or dream of. Matter of fact, one of the reasons I'm not a right-winger is because right-wingers are too weak to destroy the left. Only a real leftist can destroy the left. Only a real communist could destroy the fake communists. And that's why people like me and Jackson get death threats and cause fucking fury and outrage. And we make these people squeal like suffering and tortured pigs. And that's why they ignore right. You think they do this to right-wing Twitter? You think they do this to right-wingers? They don't do that to right-wingers. They do it to me and Jackson. Because unlike right-wingers, we actually pose a threat to these people. We actually pose a threat to these people. Academics, teachers, social workers, engineers, managers, nurses, and Netflix writers are not working class. What if I told you that this is true? What then? What if I told you this was just true? And what if I proved it to you that it was true? Would you take back what you said? Would you feel bad? We're going to break down every facet of this tweet and its implications. And by the end of this, if you were coming at this against Jackson, you're going to feel like a fucking idiot. In the main, this tweet is true. Let's first react. Let's first address, before we hear Hasan's reaction, because we're going to save that. We're going to address a lot of commonplace...
Theo6 Jeans donated $5. Most Marxists aren't even aware that you can control a company without ownership. Most leftoids understand a deeply confused view of our economy. Owning a business doesn't transmit a class. They're wage earners that outperform business owners.
Thank you, Diogenes. I'm going to actually explain it to you so simply. I'm going to explain it to you so fucking simply that it pisses me off how right we are compared to the fucking reaction we got. The first response. Are you downplaying the suffering of teachers and nurses? Because they go through a lot of shit. Thank you, Memento Marchi. Appreciate you. The left has a Madonna complex, where class is defined by the extent of your suffering and grievances. That's the first thing we're going to begin with. Why have you made the assumption that class is based on suffering and grievances? Why have you made the assumption that class is based on suffering and grievances? What are you saying? That Twitch streamers are the working class? No! At no point did Jackson ever imply that. I have gone on record myself saying the exact opposite. Our personal background is no more definitive, necessarily, of our class position in the realm of politics as with Marx, Engels, Lenin's, or any other fucking Marxist in history who clearly did not come from proletarian backgrounds. So no, we are not fucking saying that Twitch streamers are working class. We've never said that. Because being working class is not the same thing as being good or bad or suffering enough. They have translated Marxism into an encyclopedia of emotional grievances with which to justify an economy of virtue signaling, suffering, and morality. The more you suffer, the more good and virtuous you are. They made it seem like he was saying academic teachers are all bad. He said they're not working class. He didn't say they're bad. He didn't say they're bad people. He didn't say they're less virtuous. He didn't say they're not suffering. He said they are not working class. Ebob. It doesn't matter how hard you work. Doctors work hard too. It's not even about whether you work with your hands or not either. I'm going to explain to you definitively. So much so, if any Marxist can come on here and challenge what I say when I'm done with this, if you can so much as sustain the opposite view, amidst its inevitable logical and theoretical contradictions, I'll give you $500. On the spot, no questions asked. Not everyone criticizing this tweet is a Marxist. I know. I'm going to say something very clear. Jackson deleted this tweet. He deleted this tweet because it was bad optics. What I am disappointed in are so-called mature, aware Marxists and supporters of both me and Jackson who joined the chorus of people attacking him because of this tweet. You can think privately that this tweet is bad optics, but your job is to not join the fucking chorus of seething leftists who come and attack it. Now, this tweet was particularly bad optics.
Jim Early 2 times donated $20. Having a busted nylon Soviet flag hanging from the window of a multi-million-dollar Los Angeles mansion says about as much as is needed to be said about Hasan's beliefs.
I agree, Jim Blue. Thank you so much for the 20. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Your job is not to fucking cave into the pressure of this flood of leftoids. Now, this was bad optics because it did reach some normie nurses and some teachers who also got upset with it. Because it was a bad storm. It was a bad storm, and it was bad optics. I think Jackson understands that. I understand that too. And I'll explain to you why it's bad optics. It's very simple. It's this very simple distinction that's going to literally solve all the confusion about this. Ready? Let's focus on teachers, nurses, and possibly social workers. Are these people class enemies? No. No. They're not class enemies. Just because someone is not working class doesn't explain what proximity they do have to the working class or what the relation to the working class is. That's not enough to explain it. All you're doing is pointing out something very simple. These people are not going to form the core of the working class movement in the United States. The reasons for which I'm going to literally explain to you so simply. Okay? They will not form the core of a working class movement. They may be a part of the working class movement. They may have a proximity to it. They may not be class enemies, but they will not form the core of any working class movement in the United States. Now let's be clear about something. In the colloquial sense, the non-Marxist sense, you do say that nurses, maybe social workers, and teachers are working class. In the colloquial sense, they obviously are. And the reason they are is because, like other working class Americans in the colloquial sense, They're doing their daily grind. They're busting their ass every single day to put food on the table, to support their families, and they're working day to day, hour to hour to do that. They are working class in the colloquial sense, yes. But this is why you have to be very careful about distinguishing the science or even just the political, strategic, scientific perspective of Marxism from the colloquial and cultural one. So from the colloquial and cultural sense, obviously teachers and nurses are working class, right? But if we are political strategists and we are having a class analysis of our society, we have to critique all of the social formations and elements and ask the question of what relationship will they have to a working class political strategy? What is their fundamental and essential class nature? Right? That doesn't mean they're going to be class enemies. It just means you're not going to be relying primarily on them to form a working class movement. And that's a very important distinction you have to draw. Okay? Now, this is another distinction we're going to have to draw. I'm specifically only going to be isolating teachers and nurses and possibly social workers here, right? Because let me tell you what, Netflix writers, possibly engineers, I would say engineers can be split 50-50, and academics almost entirely are class enemies. So academics, 50% of engineers, maybe, and managers and Netflix writers, those are class enemies. They are class enemies, 100%. As a class, they're going to be class enemies, right? Engineers can be divided along class lines, but the rest, yes, they're class enemies. Besides teachers and nurses, for reasons I'm going to explain. When you understand class, some people are going to say, class is just based on what your relationship to the means of production is. That's true, but the means of production is very vague. The means of the production of what? Of economic value? Of commodities? Because if you're looking at it from that perspective and you're applying that to 2021, you are not going to be able to explain classes in terms of ownership. Right? The idea of, are you an employee or an employer? That's what defines class. That's a political distinction that's based on how you're going to be recognized by the law and tax distinctions and things like that and federal regulations. That's a legal distinction. That's not actually a fundamentally economic relation. I want you guys to understand what economics means. I know a lot of people say class is not income. It's not. But income is part of class, and the reason it's part of class is because economics is about how material goods or access to material goods is distributed across society. So if you're looking at such variations as, a employee that's getting salary $200K a year, or like Hasan said, a labor billionaire like LeBron James, compared to, a coal miner or compared to a janitor, that is not a meaningful, you don't have a meaningful concept of class. Class is supposed to talk about the different relationships to the economic means of production. If you're defining a relationship to the economic means of production so broadly that it encompasses radically different economic strata and economic ways of life and economic wealth, your notion and concept of class is fucking worthless. If your concept of class is just about employees versus employers, it is not specific enough to actually explain the very observable economic differences in our society, the economic outcomes in our society. Because class is about the relationship to the economic and not just political means of production. And what I mean by that is it's not just based on your title in relation to a business. It's actually based and supposed to be the determining factor as far as your relationship to the way in which we produce and consume things. So when you're talking about class, you have to begin with that understanding. It's supposed to explain the economic outcomes that we see in our society. If your notion of class has absolutely no fucking explanatory value as far as the economic outcomes that we see in our society, you don't have a concept of class. There are clear economic differences, very discrete economic differences between Netflix employees and people working in factories. They have radically different economic ways of life, patterns of consumption, and so on and so on. Just night and day, right? If you're saying they're part of the same class, your concept of class is fucking worthless because it is not able to explain the different economic outcomes between those different groups. Remember, the economic relation to the means of economic production is supposed to explain the economic outcomes you see in our society. In Marx's time, the proletariat was a specific class with a specific pattern of consumption. It had a specific cultural reality. It had a specific way of life. It had a specific geography, and it could actually be identified economically as distinct from the rest of society. If your notion of what the proletariat is so fucking all-encompassing that it's going to start encompassing professors and graduate students and it's completely fucking worthless. You may as well have no fucking concept of class whatsoever. You may as well just say, are you an employer or an employee? We're for the employees. Fuck the employers. You're not talking about economic class. You're talking about a very arbitrary, politically instantiated, and politically recognized distinction as far as workplace status is concerned. It's an extremely arbitrary political distinction, right? Because it rests upon the assumption that the 19th century form of private property has persisted up to this present day, when it hasn't. Ownership, so-called ownership of the means of production, is not like in the 19th century, where you had the power to arbitrarily exercise the freedom to do whatever the fuck you wanted with your property, and it's just your property, is what it is, do what you want with it, as Marx described of the commodity. That's not how ownership works today. Ownership is derivative today, and by derivative, I mean it takes more the form of like derivative stock contracts, like the right to buy things, the right to sell things, the right to have exclusive contracts with government projects, the right to have a monopoly over a certain IP. It's a derivative form of ownership and not a direct form of ownership. So the idea that you can directly transplant the 19th century classical liberal form of ownership to the 21st century and base your class analysis off of that is going to lead you to extremely stupid fucking outcomes that are not able to explain the variations among the various different social formations and segments of society along political, cultural, and economic lines. It has no explanatory value if that you're going to commit to such a dogmatic analysis. Okay? Now here's an important distinction you have to draw when it comes to teachers, nurses, and many social workers. Even in a Marxist sense, I would argue, even in a Marxist sense, you could call them working class. Right? But as nurses and as teachers, they are not working class. The basic meaning of that is that in terms of their labor, it is not an abstract or general form of labor. It's a form of labor bounded up with definite institutions. So when nurses are going to act on behalf of their interests as nurses and not just as human beings trying to make a living and trying to get by, they're not going to be do so as members of the working class. They're going to be doing so as people who want to defend their current institutional and professional position. It doesn't matter how poor they are or how hard they work. In a fundamental material sense, they are not going to represent general labor. They are going to represent the specific and private interests of the institution that they work for. When push comes to shove, if they act as a class. What's incredibly ironic about Hasan is one of the ways nurses and teachers can assert themselves as working class rather than as teachers or as nurses is things like general strikes, where they risk destroying the institutions that they work for in order to assert their fundamental human dignity as deserving a basic standard of living and a basic level of living conditions and so on and so on. When they do things like general strikes, that you could say they're acting as a working class, right? And it's interesting Hasan is pointing this out because Hasan, and we're going to get into this actually, attacked the panel that was hosted by many influencers to call for a general strike and strategize about how they can get a general strike going in this country. A general strike is a way for people to withdraw from their specific institutional context and act as one working class people. Nationwide general strike. People on Twitter and Hasan himself, Hasan doesn't like the idea of a national general strike. And the reason why is because a national general strike is a great leveling process. It means that if you're a Netflix employee, you don't have as much of an incentive to engage in a nationwide general strike as a janitor, right? A janitor's like, yeah, or a McDonald's worker. A McDonald's worker's like, yo, fuck my job. You know what I mean? Like, my job fucking sucks. I don't want a general strike. But a Netflix employee is like, I don't really want to risk it because I'm kind of in a comfy position. So a nationwide general strike, is a way for a general working class to assert its existence, right? But Hasan doesn't like that. Hasan prefers for graduate students to organize within their cozy confines of because that way their interests will not be weighed against the interests of the country's actual general working class. You understand the game that they're playing? They went after Jimmy Dore and the rest of them's call for a general, nationwide general strike because they fear this tremendous leveling process, which is going to turn the professional managerials, if they commit to their LARPy working class pretensions, it's going to make them equals of the actual working class of this country. But the professional managerials do not have the same incentive to risk their current social position that the country's general working class does. And the truth is, even nurses and teachers don't have that incentive themselves. Teachers are an extremely institutionalized social formation. They're very much dependent and very much instantiated in their specific institution of government public education, right? Another important thing about pointing out how, as nurses and as teachers, these are not members of the working class. Again, as human beings, you can maybe say they're members of the working class. As citizens of this country, you can maybe say they're members of the working class. But as nurses and as teachers, they're not. And the reason you can say that, the reason it's important to point that out is because the left has fetishized nurses and teachers as like the vanguard of the working class because their interests have for a long time been aligned with those of the Democrats, the social engineers, and the liberals, right? The social engineering Democrats who have this agenda of engaging in this cultural social engineering project are very easily able to win over teachers and nurses because those people are already overly socialized and institutionalized, right? Now, when you have a Marxist perspective, you don't have a black and white perspective. You say, oh, nurses and teachers are bad. Oh, they're reactionaries. Oh, they're class enemies. Oh, they're enemies of the people. Oh, they don't work hard. Oh, they're parasites. That's not true. They are hardworking people who are trying to get by day in and day out to support their families, right? You have to have a scientific view of this and not an emotional one, okay? You just have to understand that as teachers and as nurses, they're not going to form the nucleus of a working class movement in this country. Well, yeah, Netflix employees are parasites. I will stand behind that 100,000%. But nurses and teachers, and this is really what we're going to get into today, right? There's so much to cover, but the way you're going to be able to define and measure this very simple understanding of who is and isn't working class is Marx's concept of simple labor, okay? This is the first chapter of Capital. I know it's boring, right? I'm going to be very brief and then exit out. It's going to be very, very brief. Okay? The value of a commodity represents human labor in the abstract, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man, on the other hand, a very shabby part, so here with mere human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power. And this is the important part we're going to highlight. The labor power which, on an average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every ordinary individual. Simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries. This is very important. And at different times. But in a particular society, it is given. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified. Okay, what did Marx just say here, right? Let me give you an example of what he's talking about as far as simple labor is concerned. So he already told us that it varies in character in different countries and different times. But it basically and more or less represents the type of labor that an average person, an ordinary person in a given society with an average number of skill is going to be performing. So how do you think about that? Well, what's the kind of labor that any old dumbass, fresh out of high school, for example, in the post-war period, is going to be engaging in? What are they going to do? They're going to go work at a factory for Ford or for GM, and they're going to be able to have a family. They're going to have this average middle-class baseline standard of living. Right? It's going to be the factory job. Now, in the post-war period in the United States, you have to have this understanding of the history of the working class in this country. There was a social contract that was arrived at between the government and the American citizens, more or less, right? Or at least the baby boomers after World War II. You are mostly factory workers, and you're mostly doing these heavy industry, coal miner jobs, right? A lot of people on Twitter are being like, oh, you're fetishizing that class just because they're manly and masculine and because of their aesthetics. No, that's not why. There's a very specific scientific reason why we are privileging that class as the working class. And the reason is because in the post-war period, the United States as a state was built on the basis of an economic social contract, according to which an average normal human being in the United States is going to be guaranteed a basic job, a basic standard of living, and that the government is going to organize itself around, in a way, in a perverted and twisted and ironic sense, the U.S. kind of became a workers' republic. It's going to sound stupid. Oh, yeah, this Twitch streamer saying we're a workers' republic. But hear me out here, right? Our state and our government, at least officially, formed around fulfilling the interests of this general labor, of the general working class, right? Now, we all know the story of what happened. We all know the story of what happened. During the 1970s, these jobs started to ship overseas. So the shadow of this once clear form of general labor, of the general working class, began to haunt the country, right? People like Trump would come and promise the jobs are going to come back. And that is why Trump formed the nucleus of, you can say it's a reactionary, but it is an authentically working class movement. Trump's movement was. You could say it was a reactionary form of a working class movement, but it was a fundamentally working class movement because it represented the general demand by the population on the basis of the general form of labor that can be applied to everyone. Okay? Now, Some may reproach me as, hey, Haas, aren't those factory workers and coal miners and the rest of them also institutionalized in the sense that they're very much tied down to their companies and they're willing to serve the interests of their companies? I mean, Haas, what better example of this is there than oil workers? Oil workers defend the interests of the fossil fuel companies because it's how they make a living, right? The institution of the fossil fuel companies. And my reproach will be, yes, but the difference is that they only do so insofar as those jobs represent a general form of labor for the American citizen, for the country. It represents the general form of labor they have come to expect after World War II and around which the political relationship between the state and the people has been based. And it's the breaking of this social contract that actually resulted in Trump's movement and the Trump phenomena in general. Because this social contract was broken, that's why you had the Trump phenomena, right? We have to be clear. The working class is not only going to be defined by where it is working and the nature of its profession. That's a very important and big factor. But the working class is also going to be defined in the political sense. Like, if we're going to say what expression of a political demand is a working class demand, of this general expression of the general interests of general, simple labor. Simple and general labor in the abstract. What forces represent its interests? Now, when nurses act as nurses, they are not representing the interests of general labor. They are representing the interests of people who are educated in a way that the majority or even a significant amount of the country is not going to be. And the same is true for teachers. When teachers act on the basis of their interests as a teacher, they are only doing so insofar as it represents the whatever barrier to entry it is to being a teacher. A teacher is not a job that is generally replicable for the general broad strata of the population. Whereas when the steel workers and the construction workers and these type of people are representing their interests in general, like cohering them in the way that it was in the Trump movement, they are at least making the pretense to a type of job that more or less anyone can have, right? That, or at least that's how they think of the job, right? Well, this is a job that an average Joe can have. It's the job of the average Joe of this country, right? You have spies in the chat. I don't give a fuck. Obviously, I have haters in the chat. Are tech workers in the boat? No, they are PMC. They're professional managerials. It's very simple. Your class interest is going to be expressed at the level of the interests of labor in general. Labor in general. Not labor in your small little fucking graduate student workplace, but labor in general. What is your relationship to labor in general? That's what's going to define it. Okay? Now, you could also say that, well, Haas, the type of jobs that the heavy industry people have isn't something that the majority of the country can just have. It does represent a specific segment. That may be true, right? But it's a form of representing general labor. Now, I agree. Those types of jobs cannot represent the majority of jobs people have in this country. Why do you think so many people have to work in the service sector? Is it because they're lazy and they're not tough enough to work in steel? No, it's just those steel jobs are, because the jobs have shifted overseas, not really attainable for most people anymore. But they do represent the type of general labor that was whose standards of living was earned by the working class movement of this country after the post-war period. Sorry, I have shit in my throat. You have to keep this word in mind. General labor. General labor. General labor. Okay? That's how you understand the interests of the working class. Now, despite those jobs no longer being attainable, the heavy industry jobs that form the nucleus of Trump's movement represents the general interest of general labor and is therefore the most authentic working class in this country. Because, and I'll explain it to you here, let's say you work at a shitty job at McDonald's, grinding day in and day out. If you try to unionize your job at McDonald's, all you're basically saying is, this job at McDonald's is befitting for a dignified human being. No, it's fucking not. Service sector jobs are bullshit jobs that are meant to waste the time of so-called surplus populations, which is, of course, a Malthusian anti-human category that our elites believe in. But that's what they're meant to absorb, is people that are considered not needed for capitalism, right? Supposedly not needed for capitalism. But when you act on the interests of general labor, you have to ask the question of, what types of jobs should ordinary Americans have? What types of jobs should we have? What types of jobs should we expect, right? What types of jobs represent our interests and the interests of our labor in general? And those jobs are going to be the heavy industry jobs, because those are jobs that are not only socially necessary in the sense of socially necessary abstracted from material nature, but they are literally the jobs materially necessary for our reproduction as human beings. You don't need service sector jobs. That's the truth. You only need service sector jobs because we are having our time wasted by the 8-hour day, so we don't have enough time to attend and serve ourselves, and we don't even have enough money to serve ourselves. But imagine, for instance, if the Communist Party adopted as its platform shortening the workday to 4 hours, or 2 hours even, and having a general vocational trade school program, abolishing the service sector so that we could all have heavy industry jobs that we work, 4 hours a day, supposedly, and we have free time, plus more wealth to do what we want with it, right? That would be a working class demand. Now, that's not something professional managerials are going to get behind, because professional managerials reproduce their existence on the basis of managing the way in which human beings currently have to live their lives. And even Netflix creative artists are producing shit to appeal to the ways of life we have right now that involves this suffocating lack of economic emancipation and freedom. Right? How do you solve the problem of automation? You solve it by shortening the hours of you solve it by shortening the workday and the work week. That's how you solve automation. Shorten the workday and shorten the work week. Simple as that. Now, many have tried to say, there's some dumbass on Twitter who quit the Discord and decided he didn't want to debate me because he's too much of a fucking coward, who I debated before, and they were so nice and cordial and understanding. They were like, oh, it's more like a discussion. And they wouldn't ran their mouth on Twitter saying that they beat me in the debate. So when I get the chance, I'm going to bring them back on. Apparently they're running away. So whenever they decide to grow a pair and come on, I'm actually going to fucking wreck them. But they were trying to say revenue is not what is fundamental to class. Ownership is. Here's the thing. I need you guys to understand something about Marx's theory of value and his corresponding understanding of the various classes of our society. For Marx is very specifically positing an explanation for how value in our society is being produced. How is it that you can start out with a given amount of money and end with profit? How do you get from M through the investment into a commodity to what's the name for it? More money, whatever that symbol they put at the end of M, right? M prime, yeah, M prime. How do you get from M to a commodity to M prime? Marx's basic explanation for this, right, was that it was coming from the abstract human labor of society in general. Abstract human labor is what is responsible for the production of value, and the corresponding contradictions in the expression of value in our society in the form of price, like for instance in the form of the falling rate of profit, can be explained by the relationship between the value form and abstract general human labor. The whole decisive point in Marx's formula here is not creating some kind of axiom that anyone who sells their labor is a worker and that any form of compensation for any type of service is a form of labor because you're paying them. More fundamentally, the reason for that is because according to Marx, that was what explained or what was responsible for profit. That's what explained not only profit, but the falling rate of profit and general capitalist crisis. This basic contradiction between the form of value and the vital material source of value itself. So he wasn't creating a dogma first and then drawing from a first premise. He was asserting something and then developing and proving why it was in the form of proving the way in which labor is responsible for the production of value. And surplus value specifically. Labor was responsible for surplus value. This is something he took it upon the burden of himself to prove in Capital, right? But the way in which he does this does not afford this dogmatic idea that just because you're not the employer means that you're performing some kind of abstract productive labor that is responsible for the surplus value being produced in our society in the aggregate. Okay? That is what the burden upon you is to prove in 2021, because this is where it gets interesting, right? These people in the DSA would have us believe, with a straight face, they would try to tell us with a straight face that the reason why you can explain this current super profits in our society, despite no real growth in the actual economy, is because Netflix workers are just that productive. These Netflix writers who are writing cuties, they're the reason why Netflix is growing. Because they make this stupid argument, well, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have Netflix. But that's not why Marx was saying labor is responsible for surplus value. If you didn't have machines, you couldn't do it. If you didn't have this, you couldn't do it. There's a very specific reason why Marx explains surplus value in terms of labor. And that reason is that for Marx, value itself was just the estranged expression of this more fundamental material force that he called abstract human labor, which was the vital source for the way in which society was being materially transformed. It was the material cause of society's transformation, or the transformation of nature, I should say. It's not just that it was defined by how important it is for the process of production. If everything was just a matter of the technical necessities or the material necessities of production, among which include various natural, geographical, and so on conditions, which Marx also talks about, then we would not be speaking about any human element of exchange and sociality in general. It labors the decisive element insofar as we are speaking about a fundamentally social mode of production. Right? It is how human beings divide the general labor between themselves in the production of a general social product in the form of profit in the aggregate. And many would be like, what is profit in the aggregate? Well, it's already measured now, and this is what Marx was anticipating for why he said socialism was inevitable, in the form of the unity of political and economic interests and states needing to produce profits, like general profit in the form of GDP, and so on, Or you could maybe, if you want to get more interesting, talk about trade deficits or trade surpluses, which is a different story, right? But the important thing you have to mention here is that Marx didn't just assert some axiomatic definition. The reason why labor, general labor, had the privileged conceptual status that it did for Marxism was because Marx believed it could explain the economic outcomes in the form of surplus value and the falling rate of profit within our society. Now, those who want to make the argument that the super profits are entirely responsible for something changing in the nature of labor, that, well, Netflix workers are just such special snowflakes, and that's why they produce the billions that Netflix rakes in. Do you guys seriously believe that nonsense? Do you seriously believe that all of these mega profits that we're witnessing on Wall Street and all that stuff is directly because of the labor of the employees? Nobody fucking buys that because it's complete fucking bullshit. More scandalously, and this is something Yanis Varoufakis has pointed out, and this is what will break the Twitter left and the so-called Marxists of Twitter. Here it is. Ready? You ready for the scandalous revelation? I don't know how to break this to you, but since 2008, and I would argue before 2008 actually, I would actually go out of my way to argue after 2008, or before 2008, probably beginning with the 1970s and the abandonment of the gold standards and the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. I don't know how to break this to you. Profits are not even any longer the source of economic growth in our society. Not only can you not say that the type of performance exacted by employees is responsible for the super profits that we're witnessing, profits themselves are no longer the primary driving force of economic growth. Profits themselves are no longer the primary linchpin of our economy in general. If profit is not even the fundamental mode of economic accumulation anymore, how do these people expect their dogmatic rendering of Marx's theory of value and his understanding of labor, how do they find that sustainable? What implications does this have for the various social formations and classes within our society? That is what we need to start asking and what we need to start evaluating. If profit is no longer even what's driving the accumulation of economic goods and economic growth, how the fuck can you sustain a dogmatic, crystallized class analysis ripped out of the 19th century and abstractly, textually applied to today as just referring to anyone who's an employee? First, you have to prove that general labor is what is responsible for the production of surplus value. Then, you have to explain why surplus value appears to no longer even be being produced anymore. Profit is no longer the driving force of economic growth since 2008. You have a lot of explaining to do if you're going to try and sustain this idea that anyone who's an employee is a proletarian. You have a whole lot of fucking explaining to do. A whole lot. So what is responsible for the economic growth that we're witnessing since 2008, actually? It's something called quantitative easing. Quantitative easing. Banks, and I'm just going to focus specifically on Europe and America right now. The Federal Reserve and the Euro group, sorry, I forget their name, the European central banks and the Federal Reserve have simply printed money and injected it into the economy. The so-called profits that you're witnessing on the stock market are not authentic capitalist profits in any meaningful sense. They are not profits based on a competitive market and based on the sale of commodities and therefore redistributing the amount of total wealth in society and concentrating it in the form into the capitalist enterprises in the form of profits and income. It's based on politically produced credit, monetary economic credit that is being pumped into the economy and then redistributed among the financial elites in the form of what's going on in the stock market. They are just redistributing the political credit being injected into the economy. It's almost as if we live in a type of socialism. It's almost like we live in a type of socialism, and at a central level, the government is giving out these green, or I don't know what they look like in Europe, these green paper slips that say, hey, this will give you access to some of the goods or a given quantity of the goods that are socially produced in our society, right? They're printing out this money and giving it, injecting it into the economy, and then in the stock market, it is merely being redistributed among our ruling class in specific types of ways. Now, I'm not saying it's entirely artificial and that the stock market is all fake coordination, but you saw with the GameStop controversy how much that shit is rigged. When people decide, because on Reddit or whatever, people realize, like, hold on, they're actually coordinating how the stock market works, and they're planning it in order to reap this excess of money that's being injected into the economy by the government. What if we use the power of the internet to create like a decentralized channel of information where we will signal collectively on the basis of a common social cause and also on the basis of trying to get rich that we want to pump the value of a given stock? It worked, and it worked so fucking well that the platforms that are accessible to the general public, to the stock market, shut down because of how much the GameStop stuff created a panic for the hedge fund investment enterprises and these Wall Street insiders, Robinhood or whatever, right? So this idea, you have to think about this, right? How is this capitalism in any traditional sense? Please explain to me how this is the traditional form of capitalism that can be explained with the prior form of the law of value. Something is quite awry, to say the least. Something is quite awry, to say the least, in terms of how our economy fucking works. And how the economy fucking works was the whole point of Marx's Capital. You think Marx would want you to have this dogmatic view where he's going to... Well, in Marx's time, you had something called general labor. And the various forms of skilled labor were just multiplications and compounding forms of this general labor, this simple labor, which is the least quantum of simple labor. As Marx himself put it, right here in Capital, skilled labor counts only as skilled simple labor intensified, or rather multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. That's why Marx can say things like, yes, even a bank teller or even some kind of, writer maybe is considered a worker in capitalism because everyone's labor is reduced to this general standard. But we no longer have a general standard of labor, or at least, as far as the professional managerial class is concerned, its form of labor cannot be measured in any general standard. It is fundamentally bounded up with the technical, logistical, and social organizational necessities of these institutions to coordinate human bodies to fulfill their ends. Labor, in that sense, has been reduced to a purely technical role in the administrative and bureaucratic corporate institutional machine. As far as the professional managerials are concerned, it's not that they're selling their labor, right? It's that their labor is factoring in, or their so-called labor is so fundamentally entangled with how these institutions operate that it can't even be abstracted from them. The national struggle has generally lost its connection to the general labor. No, I would argue the opposite. I would argue that general labor is only given expression at the national level, or the national political level at least. That's why a national general strike would be the most authentic expression of working class power in this country, which is why people like Hasan reacted so negatively to the calls for a general national strike. Hasan doesn't want to see a general national strike. He wants to preserve all these hierarchies of the different social formations in our society so that the Netflix writers can organize, and they all organize separately and they're not held to a common popular standard. Hasan is effectively defending a neo-feudal hierarchical social environment where everyone knows their place. Oh, you're the plumber cleaning toilets in McDonald's? That is where you belong. Oh, you should just unionize so your life can get a little better. How about no one should have to work at fucking McDonald's cleaning toilets, huh? How about we shouldn't have to be forced to have these shitty fucking jobs, Hasan, huh? You want to fucking unionize shitty jobs? You want to get rid of the shitty fucking jobs? No one wants to have a shitty fucking job, Hasan. Doesn't matter if you want to unionize it or not. Oh, here's how this is what Hasan is basically telling you. Here's how it's gonna work. I'm the Twitch streamer, or I'm the Netflix employee, or I'm the actor in Hollywood, and I'm gonna unionize, and then I'm gonna go to Starbucks. Tata, can you please get me a Frappuccino, worker? I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Can you please? Oh, I don't have to feel. Listen, you're unionized. You know your place, and I know my place, and it's all a harmonious, feudal, harmonious, great chain of being. And what is Infrared saying? We're saying, hey, McDonald's workers, social service workers, guess what? You're a human being, and you're an American. You don't deserve to fucking work these shitty jobs. Let's get some real jobs back to Americans. Let's cut the working day. Let's get some universal fucking income. And let's allow us to live dignified human lives and level this economic playing field so that all of the hidden talent within you can actually be expressed. Let's give you a baseline, basic income. Let's get our basic jobs back. And then if you know how to be a good, successful businessman, you'll do better than Hasan. You see that person cleaning toilets in McDonald's? If they were put on a level economic playing field with a fucking soy boy like Hasan, that person would become a very successful businessman, and he'll get a bunch of big booty bitches, and he'd be on a yacht, and he'd have a fucking Lambo and shit, and Hasan would be fucking shining his shoes. That's what Hasan fears. That's what Hasan fears. That's what Hasan's scared of. That's the real class struggle that these fucking DSA parasites are afraid of. That's what these fucking DSA parasites don't fucking want to happen. And my only fucking question for the so-called Communist Party is, what the fuck makes you different from the DSA? We already have a fucking DSA. We don't need another one. We need a fucking working class party for working class Americans. We need a future. Yeah, communists aren't against being able to hustle and get rich. We just want people to have the opportunity, and we want a dignified way of life, so you don't have to choose between either being super rich or cleaning toilets. Yeah, maybe some people will get rich, and they'll live a lavish lifestyle. They'll have big booty bitches on their yacht, but you'll still have a dignified way of supporting yourself and your family. You'll still live in a dignified way. And just like how China does, We're not going to let the rich or people who make a good life for themselves, maybe we shouldn't even call them the rich no more. Maybe we should just call them the flourishing class under communism, right? The people who are especially, they hustled, they made a good life for themselves. You don't got to be jealous. They're not going to rig the system in their favor because the Communist Party is going to be the highest power in the land. They're not going to be able to fucking rig the system against you. The government, the Communist Party, is going to serve the people only. You understand? We're not against people trying to make a living for themselves. That's why infrared fucks with the GameStop. We're about the GameStop communism. Yeah. We fuck with the people who work in these shitty fucking service sector jobs, these dead-end fucking corporate jobs, and they're trading crypto, and they're on the fucking stock market on their phone doing Wall Street and shit because they're trying to game the system and get ahead. And those people are hungry. Those people are hustlers. Those people are hungry. A lot of talent among those fucking people, and they know how to grind. They know how to fucking work hard. And Hasan wants those people to be eating shit, fucking working dead-end jobs, not even having a fucking chance, while Hasan fucking laughs his way to the fucking bank as this new feudal lord, this new aristocratic lord. Just like that fucking picture with Nancy Pelosi. Let me tell you the fucking future Hasan's trying to fucking give us, huh? Let me show you our feudal future with Hasan trying to make himself the prince. He's gonna be your prince, Prince Hasan, right? Prince Hasan and our neo-feudal fucking future. Let me show you. What the fuck is this, huh? Nancy Pelosi, this is the socialism DSA is fighting for. Everyone knows their place. Nancy, bride and husband, everyone, oh, she knows her place. We know our place. We all know our place in our society. We all know our place. And these are our lords and worshippers. Oh, socialist gods. You are our socialist gods. We are all gonna be left behind eating shit. And we're gonna be unionizing at our McDonald's job, and we will bow before you as you walk past. Meghan Markle's coming to town, guys. Everyone say hi to Meghan Markle. Oh, we are your peasants. We are your slaves. Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, the British monarchy. Yes, 1619 project. America was a mistake. The Republic was a mistake. All men are not born equal. Some of us do deserve to clean toilets instead of having dignified ways of life. Yes, Meghan Markle, princess. Yes, I'm gonna throw away my American flag, return to the fold of the British Empire. Oh, the sins of the past. I'm so guilty. I'm so guilty for the past. That's why we need Meghan Markle and Prince Harry to be our leaders. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, my God. Oh, yes, we will not have 1776 again. Oh, 1776? What do you mean we're going to rise up and take back our country? What do you mean 1776 will commence again and the people will rule this country again? We're going to give this country back to the people, and that we're going to have dignified ways of life, and that we're gonna fight the aristocrats. We're gonna put all these nobles and aristocrats and feudal lords on a level playing field. No, I cannot be on a level. Please, I would never. Please forgive me for the thought. Speaker Pelosi, please, Speaker Pelosi, please. Speaker Pelosi, listen. I would never think that this woman isn't equal to me. I am but a cock who cleans toilets and watches Hasan. And I'm a member of my DSA. I'm a member of the DSA. I'm a member of the DSA, aka the Catholic Church uploading the feudal order of 2021. Yes, just like the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, we have the DSA today that's upholding the great chain of being, and we all know our place, but we're unionizing, so it's okay. Oh, yes, Speaker Pelosi. We are not equals. I cannot. I am but a peasant. I was made to clean toilets. I was made to clean toilets and eat shit. That's what I was made for. I could never dream of a different way of life. Yes, I can never. Hell no, that's not what we're fucking about. We're saying 1776 will commence again. The American people are going to rise up, and we're going to give this republic back to the people. All men are created equal. Hasan's not better than you. None of these fucking Hollywood celebrities are better than you. All these fucking Wall Street people aren't fucking better than you. We're all fucking men. We're all fucking red-blooded men and women, or whatever the fuck else you want to call yourself. We're all fucking human beings here. These people aren't fucking better than us. These people don't have fucking more talent than you. They're not fucking smarter than you. They don't fucking work harder than you. And you call us fascists, and you're maintaining a fascist imperialist form of feudal slavery for the debt slavery for the fucking population while you're in the fucking DSA, right? Shut the fuck up, bitch! Oh, Speaker Pelosi. And you're going to listen to Hasan, right? You're going to listen to this fucking Hasan fraud, right? You're going to listen to Hasan the fraud. How dare he's got the Soviet flag in his background.
1776 to 2036, let's go.
Thank you, Black Lenin. He's got the flag of the workers and peasants who rose up and overthrew the satanic, corrupt, decadent Russian aristocracy and fucking monopoly landowners in fucking Russia who gave their fucking country back to its people, and he's carrying their fucking flag. Let's watch Hasan's reaction.
Academics, teachers, social workers, engineers, managers, nurses, and Netflix writers are not working class.
Got the Bernie Cuck cardboard cutout on his fucking back. Because he's preparing us for a fucking fascist junta with a fucking AOC and neocons are going to take over, and Hasan's going to be fucking sitting there, fucking shrugging it off, right in front of our fucking faces.
Let's go, it's Friday, chatters rejoice.
Bro, when you say, first of all, like, the academics side is like classic, okay? That's like classic fucking fascist posturing.
Fascist posturing to call out the academic parasites? How? Lenin called the intellectuals the shit of the nation. He said they think they're the golden key of the nation, they're the shit of the nation. And he calls it fascist? He calls it fascist? Why? Because we have the internet now, and we don't need these fucking gatekeeping academics to tell us what the kingdom to the keys of knowledge are anymore? Because we have the internet now, at the touch of our fingers, we can learn anything, we can know anything. But we have to preserve the academics, unless you're a fascist. Oh, apparently, they're trying to gaslight us about fucking history. Anybody who's against the social parasites, the fucking monopolists, the rentier, intellectual property, fucking monopolists, trying to gatekeep knowledge to the masses and to the people. We're fascist, apparently. Everyone's a fascist. You're a fascist. You're a fascist. Unless you bow before, let me show you. Let's go back. I gotta remind you. I gotta show you what we're up against, what we're dealing with. Listen. Unless you bow before this royal couple, you're a fascist. Classic fascist. Let me be an academic. Oh, yes. I'm an academic. My credentials are wondrous credentials, and I bow before me, you piss ant peasant. Bow before your academic masters. We are gods. And if you shit on us academics, yeah, it's a big club and you're not in it. And if you dare go against the interests of us academics, ooh, you're a fascist. You're a fascist. We're gonna call you a Nazi and a fascist because fascism just means anything that makes my tummy queasy. Fascism means anything that makes my tummy queasy and uncomfy. That's fascism. Fascism is anything that makes my tummy uncomfy. I'm uncomfy. That's fascism. Oh, I'm an aristocrat, and I now pronounce you husband and wife. Excuse me? Are you trying to disrupt our wedding? You're a fascist because it makes my stomach queasy, yeah? You make me uncomfortable, and anything I consider toxic and venomous is fascist. Fascism is when you're pooping on our royal party. 1619 Project! Yay! Ow. Excuse me, you're a working class man? You're a fascist! You're a working class man? Fascist! Everyone knows that men must bow before the almighty dollar. Oh, you can spit game, you can get a bunch of big booty bitches with your silver tongue. How dare you, fascist! You have to pay money, and only the rich can have big booty bitches.
Based.
KEKW.
You see, all the women belong to Bill Gates. And that's feminism. Yeah, Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates. They're the only people. They're the only people allowed to be men. The rest of you have to be soy and have gyno. Yeah, you have to have gyno. You can't even be a man anymore. You disgusting fuck. Bow before your lord, Paul Atreides of the House Atreides. This is your lord now. You worship him, and you rub his feet, and you will be his eunuch. And that is feminism. This is your lord. You are no longer a man. This is the man. Paul Atreides. Someone in VC? Who the fuck wants to debate? That fucking guy from yesterday who is low energy. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Anyone who says that academics are not working class, that's classic fascist shit. That's classic fascism. Hasan, why is it fascism, Hasan? Fascist? This is classic fascist shit. Because fascists totally weren't elitists who believed in a natural aristocracy, a professional managerial master race who were overseeing this hygienic class of master races looking over the dirty peasants. No, fascism was totally rooted in the authentic populist people. Right, Hasan? I'm gonna cover the shit show that the CPUSA did. So don't worry about that. After this. How are engineers not working class? I just fucking explained it to you. Go back and watch the VOD.
Our feudal future is going to be so beautiful. The DSA will be the Catholic Church as it once was in the Middle Ages. And okay, the inverted troll. I'm going to literally give you 15 seconds to be interesting or you're getting banned. Get in the VC now. Keep saying I'm scared. What do you have to say? Get in VC now. If you're boring, you're getting banned forever from both this chat and the Discord. You have 20 seconds to get in VC. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. You're not in fucking VC at all. What?
Yeah, you can fuck hear me now.
What do you want?
Alright, so you're basically basis. Your basis is you're a communist, right?
Thank you, White Gloves Agenda. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm a communist.
Yeah. So, in what world do you think that communism globalism?
The world where fucking infrared rises.
Do you think that there's not globalists within the Chinese party?
No, there isn't. Or if there are, they're not the ones in power.
Globalists within the Russian party?
No, they're not.
You don't think everything that's going on now with the cryptocurrency, climate change, every country working side by side with the COVID vaccine, even though it took 303 days to make?
They have a different vaccine over there. They have different vaccines over there.
You don't think that's coordinated?
Nope.
None of this is coordinated at all. So you don't think that globalists have all the power in the world right now?
In America and Europe, and they're trying to force that on China and Russia, and they're resisting it.
Well, here's the truth. China is a piece of shit. We built China up, and China's still our puppet.
China's not nobody's puppet. China's nobody's puppet, and you didn't build up China any more than the fucking British built this country up. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with that. We made a deal with China. Our government did, at least, and China thrived off that deal. We have a similar deal with India, and India didn't do much with it. So you can't say that we built China. Those Chinese people built up themselves. You know.
Okay, so right now the Republican Party and the Democratic Party isn't run by globalists because they're not Republicans and they're not Democrats.
Well, yeah, it's run by this NGOs. It's run by the special interests. It's run by billionaires. Run by oligarchies. And yeah, it's run by an international ruling class.
Okay, so if they have control of all that and they have control of all those,
they don't got China. They've been trying to get China. That's what the Cold War was about.
That's what you're missing. Though. They have China already.
They don't got China.
China is part of the globalist plan.
No, it ain't.
People like
Xi Jinping was declared the number one enemy of them, of the international ruling class, and of so-called democracy.
And China doesn't rule the United Nations?
No.
That China along with like other countries like Somalia and shit don't have like head positions at the UN? They don't run the United Nations?
China made allies with a bunch of third world countries.
Here's the thing. China released a virus from a lab and no one is attacking them right now.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't release shit from the lab. And you're not even talking about Fort Detrick.
Fort Detrick. Yeah, they made it there and they made it at Wuhan.
No, it ain't. Listen, China. They released. If anything, it's more likely that they'd used it to try and take down China, and it backfired. And China did well in surviving it.
Or they made a vaccine in only 303 days, where vaccines normally take 12 years to make. And they don't know the long-term effects.
Well, the vaccines are different. The pharmaceutical vaccines here are different from the ones they got in Russia, which is based on Soviet technology, and the one they got in China.
Do you think these vaccines are helping people or hurting people?
I have no idea. I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about it.
All right. Well, 303 days to make. Manipulate should arrive soon. And you don't
Listen,
think that-
I don't know how vaccines work. I took the Johnson and Johnson vaccine.
That's the thing. It's an mRNA therapy. But like all this that's going on right now, like the climate change, how they want to tax people for that. They're shutting down gas pipelines.
Yeah.
In control of all the resources.
All I'm telling you is don't blame China. Don't blame other countries for this shit when it's really the U.S. and Britain and maybe a lot in the EU. But other than that, it's just the U.S. and Britain and our ruling class doing this shit. It's not. You don't got to bring other countries into this shit because they really got nothing to do with it.
This is my point. Okay, communism's pretty shit. So basically, what globalism is like communism on crack.
No, it ain't.
It's a ruling class and a serving class.
Communism has always been about giving land back to the people, and what you're talking about is them. What you're talking about is them trying to take all the land from the people.
What happens when someone speaks out against Putin? They most likely get assassinated. Okay.
Nah, listen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What happens in China when they talk?
They're different. They got a different society, and they listen. They got a different society. Listen. They got a different society. They don't have free speech like we have it here. The reason they don't have free speech is because what you say in public is they way more there, right? Here in the U.S., we just say whatever the fuck we want in public, and it don't mean anything.
The beautiful thing about free speech and freedom is that I have a choice.
Well, you don't have the choice to force that on them because those are not societies. Those are not societies that believe in unconditional free speech. You can't just go in public and say whatever the.
If I live there, I'm forced to believe in his views. If not, I'm shunned, and my social credit score.
Then that's why you're not. That's why you wouldn't live there.
And this is why you need to appreciate America, and you need to go onto the side of the right because
listen. I'm not against free. I'm not against free speech. I'm not against free speech. I'm not against free speech. I'm just saying that's not something we can impose on other countries. Let's focus on our own country because other countries are different.
Our own country, then just realize that Democrat people, citizens, and Republican citizens, we're both the same, and we both want the same thing.
I agree.
And there's a difference between the citizens, Republican citizens, Democrat citizens, and Republican politicians and Democrat politicians. Democrat politicians, Republican politicians, they're both the same thing.
I agree.
And and the Republicans, they play really good. They play like they're really Republicans.
I agree. They're both playing the people. They're both playing them like a fiddle, throwing them back and forth, and they laugh their way to the bank. I agree.
And then it's not a Republican Democrat. It's a globalist thing, and that's the problem. Globalism is the biggest problem. Like maybe communism would work if they were out of the way, but we would never know until these people are gone.
Well, that's why I want the Communist Party to be the new party that's going to fight for the American people and put their interests before the interests of this ruling class.
But it seems like people don't want that because they vote people like Joe Biden in and they don't do anything.
Well, listen, I'm doing the best I can. I'm growing a following. A lot of people are listening, hearing me out. I'm trying to spread the message. And a lot of other good people are too, like Jimmy Dore and some others. And we're doing the best we can to get the word out there. And then hopefully we're going to have a party up and running where we're going to be able to start challenging this two-party system. Maybe we'll get the People's Party or something. But I'm trying to break the two-party system.
Did you ever think about just starting and running for like government positions, like start small, mayor?
I thought about it, but I'm a media guy, and because I'm a media guy, I got a lot of shit they can dig up and throw against me because I've been on the internet and I'm running my mouth on the internet. So I prefer to use my media to help those type of people.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good. But like, yeah, that's all I really wanted to say was like, honestly, we're all the same. Like citizens, we're trying to just get through life.
I agree. 100%.
So I think we should just work together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree. The same thing.
Shit, man, I don't got nothing to debate about anymore.
All right. Well, you take care.
All right, you too, man. I'm gonna keep watching.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Let's continue. Where'd I leave off? Hasan's calling anybody who challenges. Why? Let me ask you a question. I always pointed this out. Why is it that the protected class is the ruling class? Oh, remember I made a tweet about soy boys and everyone got mad? But Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are soy boys. Why are they the protected class? They're literally the people who rule our country, the billionaires. Why are academics a protected class? How are academics an oppressed, vulnerable? You can't challenge the ruling class, or they're gonna call you a fascist. You can't challenge these people, or they're gonna smear you as the bad guy. Well, you're just fighting for the oppressed against the oppressor. You're fighting for the have-nots against the people who have power, and they're calling you the bad guy and you the fascist. What a topsy-turvy, fucked up world.
As an aesthetic, but ultimately they are so fucking shackled and so burdened by these dumbasses don't know anything. And so many of the fucking things that I heard from them, like the criticisms last night. Oh, this is one of the speakers. Academics, teachers.
Oh, he's still talking about the general strike. Because remember, Hasan does not want a general nationwide strike because he wants to preserve the class position of the professional managerials, which is threatened by a general strike, which is going to level everybody on a playing field.
Social workers, engineers, managers, nurses, and Netflix writers are not working class.
Let's go, it's Friday, chatters rejoice.
Bro, when you say, first of all, like, the academics side is like classic, okay? That's like classic fucking fascist posturing.
Classic fascist posturing, according to Hasan. Classic fascist posturing, according to Hasan. That's fascism, according to Hasan. That's fascism. That's fascism, apparently, right? That's fascism.
But when you put teachers on there, it's like, are you stupid? It's literally...
No, it's not fucking stupid. It means stop thinking that teachers and nurses are going to be the nucleus of a fucking working class movement, when in essence, they are not working classes. Now, are they working people? Yes, but as teachers and as nurses, they are not working class. And their interests as teachers and as nurses can contradict the interests of the general working class, can and have. Now, do they necessarily have to? No. But it's one of those things where you have to keep in mind the various social dynamics and social forces at play in this country in relation to the general political strategy. Again, lefties worship teachers because teachers vote Democrat. Lefties worship nurses because nurses vote Democrat. But you also have things where nurses are refusing vaccine mandates. And all of a sudden, nurses suck then, right? So it's all based on which classes are more going to be able to be brainwashed and to be buying into their fucking ideology. And nothing more. It's not... I saw this tweet by this one dumb fuck. This literal dumb fuck on Twitter. I forget what her name is. She goes... You're just saying this because... She's like a big account. She's like, because these are female professions and you're misogynistic. That's not why. You're just saying that because these people vote Democrat. Social workers are not working class. No, they're institutionalized. And as social workers, their interests are going to be aligned with the professional managerials and with the ruling class and the status quo. Now, as human beings, they can turn against their social worker interests, and oftentimes that does outweigh. Now, let's be honest, we're all human beings. Our need to support our families and put bread on the table and live dignified lives is going to outweigh the interests that are bounded up with our specific class. So that can outweigh it, and usually does outweigh it, actually. That's why teachers go on strike. It's why nurses go on strike. But why social workers can go on strike, right? But you're really only going to be able to measure that in a general nationwide strike. People are attaching too many modifiers to class, moral modifiers to class. Yeah, another thing I have to emphasize, and this is a dialectical logic that's going to be so hard for a lot of people to understand. Thank you, Paperwin. There's this idea that according to Marxism, there's only two classes, the workers and the capitalists. That is not true. The contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is the essence of class difference. But there are various classes and various social formations that are neither proletarian nor bourgeois, but are distinct class forms. The dialectic logic is that the proletariat and the bourgeoisie represent the essence of the difference, but that difference is being given expression across multiple different formations and classes. When is Showdown? It's going to be next week, but Adriana, I advise you to be careful because you don't want to be blacklisted from the Gatekeeper Royale because, I don't know if you want to be associated with us because those people they're gonna blacklist you and gatekeep you out because I'm threatening Zerka's turf by doing a political debate panel, so that's a thing.
Literally at the heart of the working class. Okay? Like how? What the fuck?
Puts me in a good mood. Love being part of the community.
It's wild, dude. It's so sad. It's so fucking incredibly sad that like there are brilliant fucking leftist voices out there.
Like who, Hasan? Who's the brilliant leftist voices? Bad Bunny? Or who are you talking about? Bad Bunny? Who's the brilliant voices that aren't being heard? It's Bad Bunny, right? $5! $5! $5! Who, Hasan? Who? Who are the brilliant fucking voices whose voices aren't being heard? Who are these brilliant people you're talking about? Who are these brilliant people you're talking about? Shut the fuck up, Hasan. Fucking Jenks nephew, grifter ass, lion ass. Oh, he's talking about Matt Christman, the slob. Matt Christman, the slob. Jabba the Matt. Oh, or maybe he's talking about Anthony Fantano, a guy who's so despised and resented and shit upon in the hip hop community that he's become such a joke that literally only people like Hasan vouch for him. Or maybe he's talking about Anna Kasparian. Or he's talking about G3, G3? G3, G3? Or TrueAnon? Or AOC? Is it AOC's voice he's talking about? Remember, the people coming after me and Jackson are literal defenders of the squad and AOC and supported funding for Israel's fucking Iron Dome system.
And yet, like, these fucking weirdos are I mean, they're not really, like, prominent at all.
They're not really, like, prominent at all. That's why, like, it's only a matter of time before we surpass even you. Like, give it, like, 2 or 3 years, and we're gonna probably surpass you.
So it doesn't even, I don't know. Yeah, Pol Pot. Yeah, this is literally Pol Pot, dude. You wear glasses, you're not working class. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Hasan. Shut the fuck up. No, it's Pol Pot. It's Pol Pot. I can't even say what's actually on my mind because it's probably not allowed, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But I'm not going to say nothing further. Lips are sealed. Zipped. 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 Zipped lips. Zipped lips. All I can say is that the history of communism is important to study.
That's what Jason Pol Pot Hinkle thought. Is thinking over here. I don't know who the fuck this guy is either.
Cap, 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 cap. Just like you didn't know who infrared was, right? Just like how Hasan didn't know who infrared was, and yet literally you could see the fear on his face whenever I'm so much as mentioned.
Anyway, so my point is, like, They
You guys know Marx actually tried to prove how labor produces surplus value. He didn't just make a moral argument like how, without me, you wouldn't be able to make a profit. That's not the argument. Marx actually systemically proved it in Capital, and you have to sustain his demonstration of proof today. And what I'm saying is you can't do that. You can't say nurses produce surplus value. Demonstrate how they produce surplus value. How? How do you measure that?
are leading people astray. Luckily, they don't really lead a lot of people astray because they got fucking zero clout, and now I'm giving them more clout than they've ever gotten.
Really? We have zero clout? 600 average viewers is zero clout? We have zero clout? Really? We have zero clout? That's why you fucking found out about him? We have zero clout? Hasan. 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 Oh, Hasan, you think you are the prince of Twitch. You think you are the prince of Twitch, don't you? You are the prince, Hasan. You are the prince, Hasan. We are coming for you! We don't have clout! We don't have clout! We're clouded up! We're clouded up! We literally radiate and pulsate fucking clout energy. We fucking radiate clout in our fucking veins, and I command an army that can literally challenge yours. 600 viewers versus 50k viewers, and my fucking army is more fucking high energy than yours, Hasan. Hasan. My fucking army is more high energy, more high intensity, more potentiality, more growth, more fucking incredible. We're fucking pulsating with fucking energy, Hasan. You are a low energy fucking Bernie cuck sitting with your fucking arms crossed in the fucking corner while we are piping big booty bitches left and right. This is you. We are on the rise. We are riding as a horde. And you're sitting in the back as a fucking Bernie cuck while we're coming to take over and conquer the Communist Party USA. Fuck the DSA! Fuck the DSA!
But like, it's such a sad, if you're like a fan of any of these motherfuckers and you sat through one of these things,
what if you're a fan of any one of these people and you sit through one of these things? Because that's what we're talking about here. That's actually what we're talking about here. That's actually what we're doing here. That's actually what's going on here. That's actually what we're about here. That's actually what's going to happen here. That's actually what's been happening here. That's actually what's gonna happen here. Talking shit. And you're actually running me. You're actually running me. Actually running me. Actually, shut up!
okay? You sat through one of these things and all they did was talk about crypto, talk about how much of a fucking class enemy I am, talk about Rachel Maddow, instead of literally talking about like labor organizing and having labor organizers and union leaders on their fucking broadcast where they're supposed to be talking
like the Netflix walkout. That's what he's thinking of when he says that, but he's thinking of the Netflix walkout people, the most revolutionary oppressed class in America. Yay! Here's my class analysis, guys. The people who are the most revolutionary class
are the people who are the most willing to hear my socialist ideas. That's not idealism. It's not like the people who are most willing to hear out my little bubble socialist ideas are the same ones who also are closest in proximity to the classes privileged enough to care about socialist theory in the first place. It's actually because it reflects their authentic revolutionary class nature. That's why Bill Gates is a socialist, because he's a worker! He's employed as a CEO! Bitch!
Talking about like launching something that could literally put you in jail. Okay? People in the past who have tried to execute general strikes have gone to jail, okay? The bourgeois capital.
Do not ever think about a general strike. I'm totally not CIA. Don't even try to conceive of a general strike. Hold on, go back to Netflix. Go back to the graduate student unions. Do not think about a general strike. Do not even consider a general strike. General strike, very scary, very, very much. No, stay away from a general strike.
American government will not allow you to organize something like that. They will literally kill you. They will throw you in fucking jail. They will do everything.
You heard that? I'm gonna terrorize you into not even considering entertaining the idea of a general strike. No general strike, guys. Just watch me. Watch Hasan, and I'm gonna go hang out with Miskiff and Ludwig. Watch me. Don't even think about a general strike. Sub with your Twitch Primes, guys. Not even a general strike. Yo, Minnie, did you hear what happened? I'm telling you this to give you a heads up, because associating with me is bad now, and I don't want this to cut into your thing, but the Gatekeeper Royale, Zerka and them, they kicked me out because I was gonna do a debate panel on Fridays. And they didn't even tell me. They just kicked me out of the Royale. And they were like, yeah, we're going to... I asked why. And then someone told me that, asked them, said that it was because I was doing my own showdown to compete with fucking Dylan Burns' political debate panels. It wasn't a fucking Royale. It wasn't a normie podcast. It was fucking political debates. And they kicked me out of that fucking Discord. Can you fucking believe that shit?
Everything they can to stop you. That's how you know they have no, like, this is...
Who kicked you out? I'm pretty sure it was Zerka and the producer. There's a new chick doing it. Yeah, maybe it was her, it was Zerka, someone else, but that's what they did. They also said I couldn't come last Wednesday. They were like, yeah, you can't come because the spots are taken or some shit. So I don't know what the fuck happened, but yeah. They're blacklisting me, basically.
Nothing. This is not even anything.
Was he following orders? I think maybe Dylan Burns or Destiny or someone reached out to him and was like, yo, this infrared showdown is going to cut into the Dylan Burns monopoly. We can't let that happen.
Anyway. You are correct, but why go out of your way to shit on this dumbass summit? You say you're sick of drama, but they involve yourselves in things for no reason. This is the only thing I wanted to fucking say. I love how they kept saying you're a rape apologist just for calling out Tara for falsely trying to drag you. Yeah, Tara Reid, I defended her. Okay.
New producer is really ambitious, trying to make things more professional. Yeah, Dylan Burns has 2,000 views right now. So that's the monopoly we have to protect. He's got 2,000 views right now, and we have to protect his monopoly on the fucking debate panels.
And not only that, but also on top of that, like, she apologized. But these guys want to keep it going because they're literally just like fucking using their limited platform that they have to just fucking cry about me and, like, I don't know, peddle fucking crypto and vaccine mandates.
Because the people who...
Genuine question, are academics not working class? No, of course they are, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Of course they are! How dare you, you fascist! How dare you imply that academics aren't working class? I myself am working class. I'm a streamer.
probably not even Zerka, to be honest, just going along with his producers. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. It's totally him, dude. This his show. You know what I mean? And I was a big fucking character on that show. There's no way that his producers just randomly decided to fucking ban me without him knowing. That's not something they would do without asking.
This is like, sorry, I shouldn't be so aggressive towards you. Look, here's the thing, okay? A lot of these people are super American, okay? That's just what it is. They adopt the aesthetic.
I don't get it. Well, the thing is, like I always say, is I forget it, it's Chinatown. They're all working together behind the scenes to maintain the current monopoly. And I don't know why, but I really think Zerka's working with fucking Destiny and Dylan Burns to maintain their fucking monopoly on political Twitch. There's no fucking reason why me doing a fucking political debate panel on Fridays is a fucking problem. Yeah, that's actually what I think. There's no fucking way.
Aesthetics of like fucking, you know, like Pan-African nationalism, or they might adopt the aesthetics of like Maoist, you know, third worldist rhetoric. They might adopt.
Who are you fucking talking about, Hasan? Those are the people attacking us every day, you dumb fuck. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That as an aesthetic, but ultimately they are so fucking shackled and so burdened by a hyper-Western understanding that is inherently reactionary.
What the fuck are you talking about? Go ahead and explain, Hasan. Explain why your perspective is Eastern and ours is Western. Explain. What's Eastern about your perspective that OnlyFans is the proletariat? Go ahead.
And completely continues along that same demystification of the mystification of class and class analysis and material.
For example,
analysis. Like the moment that you say academics are not working class, like no, you're a Fox News commentator, okay?
What? Why not? From the perspective of Marxist theory of value, they're not working class. They're not proletarians. They don't produce any fucking value, dumbass. Those people were considered petty bourgeois by communist parties forever. Communist parties thought they were petty bourgeois. They didn't call them working class. What the fuck are you talking about, Hasan?
Academics are literally one of the fucking areas in which there is so much exploitation occurring.
Oh no! They're exploiting! They're exploiting the citations! They're exploiting the citation! They're exploited! The leader of the academics! 99.99999% of academics should be homeless. 99.9999999% of academics should be unemployed. They are talentless. They are not smart. They are not brilliant. They have nothing to offer. They are social parasites who steal society's money, and they have nothing to fucking offer. They don't produce any papers that are worth. I will fucking wipe my ass. We are facing toilet paper shortages, and we're letting these academics print papers that are worth less than the shit we used to wipe. Redirect all the papers produced in academia for more toilet paper so I can fucking wipe my dirty ass.
Okay? PhDs and academics get fucked over.
Because they're dumb as shit, and they deserve it, even more than they do now.
They literally work for nothing and do so much.
I think they should get paid less.
Goddamn research.
I think they should get paid nothing. They should do it voluntarily if they care about it so much.
How the fuck do you sit there?
You added me on Discord? Alright, I'll add you back. Let me find you. Let me see. Yeah, I added you back.
And speak out of your ass like a goddamn Fox News commentator, you dumb bitch.
Fox News is victimizing the social parasites of our society. Academics. You know why Hasan loves academics so much? Because academics are in his discourse bubble. That's why.
because academics reproduce his ideology. Ideally, that's why they're part of the same class as him, and that's why he gets so sensitive when you attack his professional managerial class allies and brethren. Hasan has no issue mocking and making fun of working class people. He always puts on the fucking the chud boy. He calls them chuds and pigs. He calls them chuds and fucking hogs. He literally dehumanizes them. I do put on a southern accent and make fun, but I don't dehumanize people. He literally dehumanizes them. But the minute you speak poorly of academics who are part of the same class as Hasan, he gets so triggered and so fucking emotional. Like, look how they fucking react like a vicious animal cornered when you call out their class, the professional managerial class. Look at how they fucking reacted to Jackson's tweet. When you fucking call them out, they literally react like a fucking cornered animal. They become vicious and they're frothing at the... It's like, holy shit! Who knew they stored this much aggression? Who knew they were fucking holding in this much fucking aggression? You literally, it's like you're poking a rabid raccoon. You're poking. Yeah, you're a professor. Don't come near my chicken tendies. Don't come near my tendies. My money. Don't come near. They get in this like animal-like fury and rage because you are literally touching the nerve of their economic source of how they feed themselves and shelter themselves. So all the viscerality of their animal instinct gets drawn out. And they just fucking go crazy. Their whole way of feeding themselves and putting a roof over their heads and having a Netflix and whatever, they literally just froth at the mouth if you call out the professional managerials. How dare you call out the professional managerials? Look, why they don't get this sensitive when you literally dehumanize and mock working class people like Hasan does, calling them chuds and hogs and constantly making fun of rural people like the way he fucking does. But the minute you question politely the possibility that academics are working class, what the fuck did you just say, you Fox commentator fascist? You notice that? It's so, the viscerality of the class interest is so fucking apparent. It's such an incredible, shameless and direct viscerality, you know? It's so fucking crazy. You just, all that commenter did was question whether academics are working class, and Hasan reacted like a cornered animal. Because we're starting to wake up to the professional managerial class, and we're starting to point them out, and they are not taking it well. They are not taking it well. They are not taking it well. This is a very rabid and aggressive class in our society. This is a very rabid, frothing at the mouth class. They are more aggressive than the kulaks. Far more aggressive than kulaks. Far more aggressive. Far more aggressive. Who's in show queue? No, that's a smart guy. Very aggressive class. Very aggressive class. All we did was we didn't even mock them. Imagine if we started mocking the professional managerials. Oh wait, I do. Should I just start mocking the professional managerials? I'm the profession. I'm an academic. I write papers.
I write papers. Should I just get some glasses and do that kind of shit and just start like doing? Because since he's allowed to do the Hank Pecker and make fun of rural people, how about I start making fun of the fucking blue city liberals and we'll see how they like them apples, huh? Oh, I'm an academic. I'm writing my papers. I'm so important. I'm talking about Marxism. I like Starbucks coffee and my Frappuccino, and I'm typing on my laptop in my Brooklyn apartment. We have a housing injustice because I can't live in the middle of the big city, which I'm entitled to. Now I'm writing on my laptop. Fucking bitch.
Nurses aren't working class. Engineers aren't working class. Like, shut the fuck up. You have no understanding of class and analysis. Okay.
Yeah, Hasan, that's why you'll never put it on the line and see if your class analysis can hold when someone who actually knows anything about Marxism fucking challenges you. You cannot fucking sustain your fucking fake understanding of class. You can't.
Okay, you just don't know anything.
No, Hasan. You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You're just an idiot. You're literally fucking using pre-existing tropes that reactionary and sometimes fascist propagandists have created.
Oh my
Whiteboard
god.
donated $10. All that stuff about McDonald's workers hating dog shit jobs is relevant. Look up the clown timeline on YouTube. It's funny and only 2 minutes long.
I feel like that's
Society Hasan wants.
I would watch it, but I feel like it's TOS and I'm scared to. I'm scared to watch it because I feel like it'd be TOS. But here's the thing, right? I have no fucking idea what that was. I have no fucking idea what that was. Some weird shit. The fuck was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying again? Oh yeah. Wait, what? Where have we gotten to this point where the literal social elites are the oppressed class that are victims of the right wing and fascists? Like, why do those people represent the left? So you're telling me that the right wing represents the actual working class who work with their hands, and you represent the fucking pink-handed, soft-handed fucking liberal aristocrats who live in the fucking cities looking down on everyone else? It's literally an upside down world. So the privileged are the oppressed and the oppressed are the privileged. Right?
To fucking make movement for yourself. To see a little bit of a fucking clout. So thirsty.
So thirsty. So thirsty.
So fucking thirsty and disgusting, dude. It really...
See how I said they react with viscerality. They react with the viscerality of a cornered animal whose fucking food is being taken from them.
Really triggers the fuck out of me. Especially when they are literally doing exactly what I'm doing, just significantly, infinitely less successful, and also way more delusional.
Alright, let's actually measure the success. Hasan started out with TYT backing. With Jank jank. He already had Hollywood connections, was already on TYT. Years and years of experience being in fucking media. 1 year later, he's about what? 1K average views? Take Haas. Started March on Twitch. Zero backing, zero connections, zero fucking anything. 600 average views by November. I'm nowhere. I am not successful. I have 13,000 followers and 600 average views and nearly 2,000 subs. If this isn't success, I don't fucking know what success looks like. If this isn't success, I don't know what even if I only had 200 views right now, I would still be an incredibly successful streamer. And you know what keeps this guy up at night? And this is literally the truth.
I am literally a better streamer than Hasan. I am actually and unironically a literal better streamer than Hasan. I am literally a more entertaining and better streamer than Hasan. And I don't even fucking need to collaborate with XQC.
So that's the other part of it. It's not like these are fucking union welders that are like, yo, fuck this guy. Fuck this piece of shit. This Hasan guy. And that's how you know. Last night, the entire fucking night, it was like, these motherfuckers were like...
Infrared merch. I have to still check with Jackson about the December plans to go to LA. Because I'm not going with Zerka anymore. Probably, definitely not. But I still might go to see Jackson. We're going to see what's going on with that. But all else aside, I think December I want to have some merch. I don't know. We'll see.
Huh. I bet he's doing this to fucking, why doesn't he donate his own money? First of all, it's a fucking t-shirt that I could just pocket. Next time I'll just pocket it, okay? Next time I won't raise money for fucking strike funds. Okay, you got it. Secondly, he's just doing it for clout. Lastly, on top of that,
it's just for clout, right? Shut the fuck up, Hasan.
This is a tax-deductible donation. No, it's not. You would know that if you've ever donated to a fucking mutual aid fund, or if you've ever donated to a fucking strike fund.
Have you ever donated to the Netflix walkout fund?
Literally not fucking tax deductible. It's not a 501c3. It's a GoFundMe, you fucking jackass. You would know that if you've ever fucking donated, but you've never donated because you think Twitter posts are activism. The difference between
me and you is that I buy a $3 million house and then call myself an activist while streaming in front of 50,000 people on Twitch telling them they can't do a general strike.
Me and motherfuckers like this is that I know I am irrelevant ultimately, okay? I am nothing without my community.
Here's the thing, is that you're not irrelevant, you fucking dumbass. You have 50,000 concurrent viewers. How is that fucking irrelevant? You're just not good at using the following that you have to actually make a difference in the world. Which is why you're gonna fall off, Hasan. I guarantee you're gonna fall off. Your shit is not going to fucking actually last. All you can keep doing is lying to your viewers about the reality and bitching about the reality while not even making a shred of a difference, not even trying to make a shred of a difference. If Jimmy Dore and Jimmy Dore's people, if I can make... Guys, I literally turned the CPUSA paranoid. They are literally having a McCarthyite paranoia emergency purge as we speak, where they are literally telling people, are you or have you ever been a watcher of Infrared or Caleb Maupin? Who are your real loyalties? Infrared. We're going to get more into it, but they're literally having a McCarthyite purge of Infrared foreign infiltrators trying to overthrow the CPUSA.
And I only have 13,000 followers, and I was able to do that. Imagine what Hasan could do to the fucking Democrats or any fucking party of his choosing. Because a random streamer guy on Twitch who plays with plastic swords and talks about big booty bitches decided that he's going to direct his viewers in the direction of the CPUSA. I literally have fundamentally transformed their party and the discourse being spoken within it.
I'm nothing without you guys. And even then, we don't have that much momentum in the grand scheme of things in comparison to like mainstream fucking media. So that is deeply frustrating. That these guys are like, dude, this fucking Twitch streamer, this fucking idiotic Twitch streamer thinks he's just LARPing as a revolutionary. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm a revolutionary. I'm saying I'm a fucking entertainer.
It's Mafia Jinx. What the fuck? She was gonna come on today.
That's the difference between me and these fucking idiots.
9 months, Muncor.
Okay? They think they're revolutionary activists, and they're not. They are.
Well, who's the revolutionary activist? I agree you're not. I'm not saying I am. But you're trying to say that the LARPers of the DSA are revolutionary activists. Okay,
Every single person in the DSA, I hate to say this, every single person in the DSA right now either quit the DSA or this is what I'm going to say about you. You are literally a cuck. Listen, we're going to talk about this more in the CPUSA video. The Democratic Socialists of America are literally a bourgeois party. They are literally the party of the professional managerial class. Think about it. Let's just entertain the idea that the professional managerial class is a class. Which party represents their interests? Not even the Dems. It's the DSA. It's the DSA. The DSA does. The DSA is the vanguard. The Dems don't represent their interests enough. The DSA is the vanguard of the PMCs. The vanguard of the academics. And the Netflix writers. The true revolutionary class. Hasan!
Are also trying to be entertainers, but failing to do so. Partially because the only way that they can fucking ever get anything, like any momentum, is by shitting on someone like myself or you know, trying to ride the fucking anti-vaxxer wave.
oh my god, why don't they just attack the chuds and the hogs? Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege. Hasan. Point of personal privilege. Dude, you know how the American left attacks me? There's a thing, I'll explain to you. You know, every time I tweet, people just go, hey, it's 2-hole ha's, 2 holes, 2 holes, 2 holes, poo-poo, pee-pee, vaginas, 2 holes. Every time I tweet anything, it doesn't even matter what it's about, right? And you guys think that what I did on Kiana's stream was like the end of me, right? But then I look at what your record is. This video has nearly 2,000 views. And this is what you're known as, actually.
To defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege. Yes.
Can you ever recover from this? Do you actually think you're you're trying to clown on me for that shit? But you have this on record in front of millions of people forever. You were covered on Fox News because of this. You are never coming back from this. And you want to fucking make fun of me? You want to make fun of me, dude?
Guys,
this is you.
First of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult.
Look at this guy. This is the true oppressed. You know, they literally make fucking posters like idolizing this soy guy. and they make posters for him. Like the CPUSA has made posters representing soy males like this guy.
Difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just? I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum?
I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but please just acknowledge me before you. I know you're really energetic, but let me please castrate some of your jouissance. Because your unfettered jouissance is making me very, very, very uncomfortable and resentful of you. So I need to castrate you so a piece of me is in your head and you're just thinking about me while you're being so energetic. Because I want a piece of that sweet, sweet jouissance.
It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there...
Thank you, comrade. Look at this. They're lining up. They're lining up. They're taking turns.
a speaker against name, chapter, pronouns?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Okay.
Yo, these are all the people on Twitter trying to clown on me. Guys, these are all the people on Twitter who reply to my tweets with the two-hole thing. Remember that. Remember that. These are all the people talking about the two-hole thing. And this is what they are. And they're trying to, like, make me the clown. Guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Lewis. He, him. I'm from the New York City DSA chapter. This very simple amendment is to strike the language about forming an independent party. I want, in conversation with the authors of the proposal since, I think we're all...
Dudes literally joined the DSA to get pussy. But here's the thing, is I'd rather join Shrek's Swamp because the creeps... I'm just kidding. Yeah.
In agreement that we do want to build a mass organization, political organization of the working class that vies for state power. So it's not an attempt to get rid of that shared goal. The problem with the language, as I see it, is that it counterposes forming an independent working class party with the tactical use of the democratic line. So it's basically saying, in the future, we will break with our tactical use of the democratic line. I think many of us have an agnostic position.
We are going to rule the country. We're the future rulers of America. Everyone's going to listen to a guy who's like me. And I'm going to be the ruler of all those coal miners and normal Americans. And I'm going to rule them. I'm going to be the ruler. Yeah, me. Yeah. I will rule over you and decide how your children are going to be raised. Yeah, me.
On that question, right, we want to behave in the most strategic way as class politics in this country develops.
Haz, you are so toxic.
We don't want to...
two-hole Haz. You're two-hole Haz. What about peeing out of butts? Peeing out of butts. Butt pee. Two-hole butt pee. I'm the one who looks good in this.
Want to commit to what has historically been a failed strategy in the United States of forming a third-party ballot line. So I consider this a friendly debate. I will be voting for the proposal whether or not this
democracy in action
passes, but I think it's important to discuss. Thank you.
Democracy.
Dude, I heard about the DSA convention in like the news, and they were like, the way they were describing is like, and activists were marching through the halls with papers.
Excuse me, no one voted on this resolution. This is so stressful.
They literally created like this insular bureaucracy where they can just have random fucking grievances over nothing. Fucking... Okay, but I want to be real. So when I see these speakers, I literally am thinking, these are fascists. These are all fascists. These are literally all literal fascists. These are all actual fascists. They created a fascist fucking organization. And if you, from a psychoanalytic perspective, anal fixation, fascism. Don't ask me. They did a study of fascism and shit. They found anal fixation was the biggest thing.
Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege.
That's that same anal fixation that Hitler had. Trust me. That's that same thing. These are all Hitlerite fascists. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. The Hitlerite fascist DSA. Let's continue with Hasan.
Pay enemies of the working class like Hasan, like the Young Turks, the people who pay them, because they are paid.
Your co-workers about your jobs.
They are paid.
By the way, we passed 200K, I think, on the strike funds officially. Yesterday.
Assassins of a working class movement.
Facts.
And the people who pay them do not want us to.
Look how ass mad he looks. He looks like Vaush. Doesn't he kind of look like Vaush with his facial expression here? He looks like he has Vaush's facial expression whenever Vaush watches anything from me. Whenever I see Vaush watching an infrared clip, it's that same arrogant, seething, frothing look. And he's got the same energy here. He's got that weird look where he's like, that same look. That same soy look.
Come together.
Preach.
And that's.
You realize he copy pasted that from Wikipedia, right? He got called out for it and deleted the professional.
That's not why he deleted the fucking tweet. He deleted the fucking tweet because of so many people. Because the professional managerial swarm of parasites were getting fucking ass mad about it because they're a very vicious and sensitive class. Whenever you call them out, they just fucking explode on you with so much seething anger and hatred. Ah! They're good at fighting their class war.
Managerial class, including academics, teachers, social engineers. Oh my fucking god. Another General Strike Summit speaker here with a strong take in favor of worker solidarity. So, Howard Dean is a Fred Hampton leftist? It's just so dumb. It's like, oh man, these guys like, oh, you're just using your fans' money to raise funds. It's like, yeah, that's what a fundraiser is, you fucking idiot.
You're using your fans' money to grift and fucking scam them while you buy a $3 million house.
Also, every single dollar I get is still from my fucking community. The overwhelming majority.
Yeah, what about the Young Turks?
Of my revenue comes from my subscription.
What about the Young Turks?
So technically, every single dollar that I fucking donate is still a dollar that I'm donating from my community. Okay?
What about Jank?
So
who pays Jank in the Young Turks, Hasan? You want to talk about that?
Oh, you know, what do you want me to do? Quit my fucking job? Quit what I do very well? I mean, I'm sure they would love
How about you stop telling people they'll never be able to have a general strike? And how about you fucking stop fuck the Starbucks strike! Fuck Starbucks! And I don't give a fucking shit about Starbucks. And I don't give a shit about baristas. There, I said it. I said it. Fuck Starbucks. Fuck Starbucks people trying to unionize instead of focusing their fucking energy on national politics. Who gives a fuck about Starbucks? Is a stupid, shitty, pointless job that shouldn't even fucking exist. Fuck Starbucks and fuck baristas.
That. Quit what I do very well so that what? I can just...
I got kicked out of a fucking cafe once, and I was talking to some guy, and they were saying, oh, you're too loud, and the fucking passive-aggressive barista came up to me and fucking kicked me out. You need to get out of my... Fuck you, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Fuck your coffee shop. Fuck the coffee shop. I don't give a shit. Fucking hipster-ass fucking coffee shop resentful fucking asshole.
Just like, I don't know, fucking work at a factory or something for a little bit and make some money that way, and then I can donate that, and then it's like a legitimate income. So stupid. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but obviously I have significantly more impact.
Can we boycott Starbucks? I'm officially starting the infrared boycott of Starbucks. Boycott Starbucks. do not give Starbucks a dime of your fucking money if you're an infrared watcher. If you're an infrared watcher, don't give Starbucks a dime of your fucking money. Make your own coffee or go get Turkish coffee or something like that. You can have Turkish coffee or make your own coffee. Do not go to Starbucks. Boycott Starbucks. Officially 2021, boycott Starbucks.
This way. By doing what I do. It's so insane. People were literally...
Go to Dunkin' Donuts. Tim Hortons Dunkin' Donuts is good. Forget Starbucks. Boycott Starbucks.
Like, what's happening? Like, why are you so fucking pressed?
If you have a friend that goes to Starbucks, block them. You have to have a social incentive to not go to Starbucks anymore, and this is how we do it. Block every friend. Give them a warning first. Say, hey, we're boycotting Starbucks. And they go, who's we? And say, don't worry about it. Are you going to keep drinking Starbucks? And they say, yeah, block them.
People literally were just like, why are you so fucking pressed that this dude, like, is raising money for strike funds? And they couldn't come up with anything. They're like such fucking freaks, dude. What?
You're going to strike? Well, we're just going to boycott.
What is this?
Men only have 4 moods.
These are the people talking about 2 holes on Twitter. These are the people who go on Twitter and reply with 2 holes. And this is the guy who calls me a virgin on Twitter, by the way. This is the guy who talks about how little pussy I get on Twitter. I wonder what kind of pussy you get, dude. Question, why do people think getting pussy is an accomplishment? Why do people think it's an accomplishment? Because you can literally just go to Walmart and get... Can I even say this? You can just go to your fucking local Walmart. If you really want pussy, it's the easiest thing in the world. But quality, you have to work a little bit harder. I'm gonna be real. Even quality is easy for me. Especially since I'm a famous or whatever. It is easy for me. But I'm just speaking for the general person. Literally anyone can get pussy literally any day of their choosing. But it's about what will you settle for. And I would love to see what kind of hail this guy's getting.
Men only have 4 moods.
This is the most bitchy, shitty, cringe, fucking... Oh, I'm so enlightened about class consciousness. It's making me doomer pilled. You know lefties who flirt with a doomer pill are actually having gyno? Did you know that? Lefties who flirt with the doomer pill have gyno. You know that? I'm so much smarter than everyone else. Dogs and chuds. This is what Hasan's doing too. He flirts with the doomer pill because he can't just admit he's fucking wrong. He would rather submit to darkness than accept the true light of the sun.
Did you feel called out? Blissful sock them, Ark? Do you feel called out by this?
Hi, Hasan.
Am I stupid or isn't all the shirts still bought from a union labor? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna pee.
Education
It is. It doesn't matter.
Christopher_symbols donated $5. Hasan banned me from the Twitch chat. I'm innocent of my charges.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll check it out. See what happened.
Incarceration. You're great at your job.
No one cares about a Zoom meeting? Yeah, I mean, I feel kind of fucking dirty just like literally giving attention to a goddamn Zoom meeting, okay? It's just like, it's so fucking stupid. Anyway. Yo, what up, Happy Hob? Shouts out to the Happy Hob who gave me an Elden Ring testing code.
Hold on.
Are the shirts producers a co-op or just unionized? No, they're fucking unionized.
Hold on, I'm getting tweets sent to me. What the fuck? Remember that girl that went after me a bunch? Her name was Sama Jamas. What the fuck is this? You remember that Sama Jamas person?
Rising.
I'm literally looking at a tweet by her of her saying the N-word. This was from 2012. Okay, I guess maybe she was young. Her mom is RTing literal Nazis. Not surprised, as she does is attack and harass black and brown people, which is equally repugnant. Thank you, Calionis. This is weird. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? And then, no, I'm getting one from Bad Bunny. This one's from Bad Bunny where she, yeah, wow. And Bad Bunny wants to talk shit to me. This is just from 2017. And Bad Bunny's literally a bunch of fucking Discord of her saying the hard R. Unreal. Unfucking real. Wait. Bad Bunny's friends with the Sama Jamas girl? They're actually friends? Oh, the Fred Hampton left it. Oh, it's Socialist MMA. What the fuck? All of these racist people are friends with each other? Who say the N-word? Who would have thought? Bad Bunny's best friends with the N-word saying Sama Jamas. They're all racist. They're anti-black racists who say the N-word. They're all friends with each other. Wow, that's interesting. It's so weird. Why come after me when I will just you're already exposed, and I'm just gonna share that with my audience and inform them about who you are so they stay away from you. Interesting. And anti-Arab, yeah. And they're friends with each other. Interesting. Damn. That's crazy. N-word saying. These are the people who tried to cancel me? The CPUSA video, yes. I'm mustering my energy because I'm going to breathe as much fire and energy on the CPUSA video as I did with Hasan. So I'm mustering the energy. I'm getting the energy, right? Because this is going to breathe some fire, to say the least. Yeah, I saw her vlogs about her talking about grifting the left. I saw that shit. Don't worry about that. I saw that. I definitely saw that. Anonymous gifter with the 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
To these so
LOL! Look at the fucking CPUSA's video! This is what we're gonna react. Okay, so let me just put this in perspective for y'all. Yo, let me show y'all this. Look at the dislike and like ratio on this fucking video. This video is getting super ratioed. So apparently it starts at 12. Apparently it starts at 12. 12:52. Let's just start at 12. So the CPUSA is going to talk shit about me and going to talk shit about Caleb here. And the video is called The Socialist Patriotism Fraud. Fraud. Let's hear it. Let's hear what good old Joe Sims has to say about a Twitch streamer. And I did dislike this already.
You know, the front against fascism, but also the anti-monopoly People's Front, you know, which plays a role also in the struggle against imperialism and so forth. There are really two different groups of people we would work with. I wouldn't go as far as...
What is the anti-monopoly Popular Front? What are you talking about when you say that?
To call Manchin and Cinema social fascists like the German communists in the 1930s. I agree with Dimitrov, that was probably a mistake.
Oh, of course it was a mistake. There's no such thing as social fascists. There's only social friends.
I think we have to keep in mind there's two different coalitions that we're always trying to build.
Why the CPUSA is literally being ruled by soy boys like this, and they're ruling the party. Imagine if real men ruled the party.
Based on the conditions, because even though Trump was defeated in November of last year, January 6th took place 2 months after that, you know?
We have to meekly bow before the Democrats. Don't call them social fascists. Don't call them social fascists.
And so, our tent just blew over, but that's all.
I blame the
Okay,
social
you go
fascist
pick up
people for the
You
tent.
go pick up the tent, and we're gonna pick up.
This guy. I feel like it's personal between me and this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he made it personal. Joe Sims and me. This is Joe Sims. And I feel like, I don't even know who this is, but he declared war against me. He declared war against me. And this is the villain of our story. I'm the hero of the story, and this is the villain. This is the villain of the story. Yeah, he's going across the country, literally going to airports, flying on planes, going across the country to talk to party members about the threat. According to Maupin in a stream with Jackson today. Fuck, I gotta watch that stream. Apparently this dude's going across the country in person. I hope he's vaccinated and he's got a mask. And he's telling people about the menace to his party. I'm Joe Sims, and you see, I've been sitting on my ass for years, and this is the only exciting thing that's happened. I don't even know how he sounds.
The discussion on a different topic. Our national committee report that was made a couple of weeks ago, guys, got a lot of attention.
One's if you're in the CPUSA right now and you're literally in their party. One's if you're literally inside of the CPUSA right now. And Joe Sims doesn't know about it. I gotta reward you. I'm gonna make a new role on the Discord of confirmed CPUSA members to reward people who join the CPUSA. I'm gonna make a new role on the Discord for people inside the CPUSA. Dylan responds. Give me the fucking link in my DMs. Give me the link in my DMs. DM it to me because you can't post it in chat, so put it in my DMs. Two more months and I'll be in. 2 more months and I'll be in. Get in that party. Get it. Fill up the party. Fill up the party. Fill up the party. You're going to fill up the CPUSA. We're going to take over the CPUSA. It's our party. It belongs to us. We're going to fill up that party. Make sure to fill up the CPUSA. We are going to make it Stalinist again, 100%. We are Stalinists. We are Stalinists. We are Maoists. We are followers of Mao Zedong thought. Yes, we are Stalinists. Yes, we are Maoists, Joe Sims. We're not Bidenists.
And it got a lot of attention because one of the topics that we dealt with was on the issue of socialist patriotism. And which there's a big rage about it on certain sections of the internet, on YouTube. And what's that other thing called? Twitch TV, Rosanna?
Yo! Hey! Hey guys, CPSA leadership. I hope you're watching. I'm not stopping. You can't stop me. Can't stop me. Not gonna stop me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. Better have nightmares about me because I'm not gonna stop.
And as you can see, I got my flag up here today. I was going to wear red, white, and blue, and I was going to say, "Hey, this is not a political commentary." But the debate was, I took on that concept, and I said that the way it's being portrayed is being influenced by Trump, America First, what they call white nationalism.
What the fuck is he talking about?
On the one hand, and the people on the left.
Yeah, it's race, not class. That's the essence of the matter. It's not about the people who lost their manufacturing jobs, which was the social contract post-World War II that the American working class came to as far as its state was concerned. It's actually about race. It's not actually about the question of the working class, the question of jobs, and the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the loss of these jobs. Yeah, Trump's movement, Joe Sims, you're such a materialist Marxist. It was because of race. It wasn't because of people who were threatened or already lost their jobs that went overseas manufacturing. This is, by the way, the chair of the Communist Party USA. And he's repeating shit right out of the woke liberal universities. And he's a traitor to communism and traitor to Marxism. Fucking pushing this dumb woke shit. Can't even muster an elementary fucking class analysis for why Trump's movement was a thing.
On the other, Anita, who are sprouting the same ideas. What do you think?
Well, I think this concept of patriotic socialism was kind of new to me. It comes out of internet Marxism, which is way different, it seems, than on the ground, working with working class struggles.
What working class struggles is the CPUSA currently working with? Nurses, teachers, and professional managerials. Let's just admit it. You're not working with anyone else. And second of all, you're talking about internet Marxism, and you literally have to use Zoom now. So get used to it, because the internet is how we communicate in this day and age.
In real life. I think you're right. It is influenced by Donald Trump, and it also is distracting us from other...
Trump!
From our...
Trump derangement syndrome! What about the Russians? Is it the Russians too?
On the ground struggles. It's promoting neglecting any attention to the struggle for African American liberation.
How? What if I said that white people like yourself are not going to be the leaders of the black struggle? I don't know why you're saying African American when black leaders have made it very clear they consider that a really condescending way of describing their struggle. But anyway, or they say African or black. I've never met a black nationalist leader who says African American. But why do you think you're going to lead this struggle? Black people will lead this struggle. They will have their own struggle and they will have independence, and white people are not going to be leading their struggle. And they made that very clear. Malcolm X made that very clear. And I think you back in the day, you were against Malcolm X, right? The CPUSA, you were against Malcolm X. You didn't like Malcolm X. You didn't care about Marcus Garvey. You didn't pay attention to the black struggle. You don't care about black struggles because you want white liberals to lead everyone in America, even though black people want to lead their own struggle. And all I want to do is make an alliance with them. I don't want to lead them or boss them around or tell them what to do or dictate the terms and conditions of their struggle. I just want to reach out my hand and have an alliance. And they don't have to fully trust me, and that's fine. Maybe I can earn their trust through action. Deeds and not words. Like you talk words. You talk about the African American struggle. Tell me what you've done for black people. What have you done for them? What have you done for them?
The struggle for trans rights or LGBT.
What? Okay, I'm not against trans people, but you're talking about like 1% of the population. Why is that the most pressing thing right now? Why is that the most pressing thing? Again, because you're operating off of this weird theological metaphysics where the metaphysical absolute is the most marginalized and oppressed type of human being. And that is the anchoring point, the material anchoring point that around which all struggle oscillates. And I fundamentally fucking reject that view. I reject that notion of the proletariat. I reject the idea that the proletariat merely represents the singular most marginalized object of social concern. I reject that. Marx rejected it too.
LGBTQ rights. It's anti.
I'm distracting from trans rights and LGBTQ rights. Why? How? How am I doing that? How are me and Caleb doing that? I don't focus on it because why should I focus on it? What do I have to do with that? I have nothing to fucking do with that. I respect LGBT people and I respect trans people, but I'm a Muslim. You understand? Is the CPUSA saying Muslims are not allowed? I'm a Muslim. I respect other people's privacy and they respect my privacy. I let other people do what they gotta do and I do what I gotta do. But why should I focus all of my time and attention on that when I'm a Muslim? I am a Muslim. I was born and raised a Muslim. My background's Muslim. I respect everybody, but I have to focus all my time and energy on that. Why? You're gonna force that on Muslims? Why is the CPUSA so Islamophobic? That's my question. Why are they so Islamophobic?
Anti-women, it seems.
Oh, now they're saying I'm anti-women. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Classic Islamophobic tropes. Now I'm also against women. Classic Islamophobia from the CPUSA.
To be almost like,
Just admit that you see a hairy, bearded Arab man and you're just projecting a bunch of racism on me for no fucking reason.
I hesitate to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. It almost seems like kind of adjacent to the incel movement that was
Yo, this is how much Twitter has infiltrated the National Committee. Because all these fucking people on Twitter are calling us incels because they sent me pictures of their ass and I did not react positively. I reacted with mockery or indifference. I didn't ask for that. And they're saying this is she has no idea how much Twitter is in her brain. And she literally let random dumbasses on Twitter tell her random shit that has nothing to do with reality or the facts. It reminds me of incels. Why? Please explain. I'm going to let her explain, actually.
Made headlines a few years ago. It's really, it seems insidious. Of course, we love, some aspects of culture in the United States of America.
But can you explain the incel thing? Like, where did that fucking come from? Where did that come from? Where did that fucking come from? Okay, lady, I don't know if you're talking about me or something, but like, you know, every single day I get nudes, right? And I don't even ask for them, and I just get them. You know, like, I don't know what. I don't know if you're talking about me or something, but in case I gotta tell this old lady right here, yeah, I pipe. I pipe. I do pipe. I do pipe. Yes, I do. I literally have like half a dozen I can think of off the top of my head that I can probably fly out and pipe next week if I wanted to. She's trying to be like, she wants to talk about my sex life or whatever. Okay, I gotta tell her about my sex life because she wants to talk about my sex life. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I like hitting it from the back. That's what I like to do. And I used to think I could do 5-minute doggy. That's not true. It takes me hours. And here's the thing. And I don't like condoms. I can't fuck with condoms. And that's why I gotta trust people are clean and they taking the pill. But here's the thing. Let's get into the nitty gritty of my sex life because apparently that's what we got to talk about right now with the CPUSA National Committee has to talk about my sex life. So we're going to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh, make no mistake. Okay, call me misogynistic or whatever. But don't be coping. Don't be coping just because I'm not mingling with comrades like the creepy soy boy fuck sex pests who are crawling through your party in the DSA. That don't mean I'm not getting no tail, old lady. So don't be calling me no incel.
We do. I love other aspects of cultures of other places, but we really are not talking about ruling class America when we talk about that. We don't.
Okay, so where did this straw man come from?
We're not talking about white America, which seems to be the subject.
Why? Why does that seem to be the subject?
There.
Are you saying only whites are part of American culture? I agree. It has primarily been white dominated because whites have been the majority, and many have been excluded from the United States culture. But to say it's only white, or to say that's just not true. You're a literal racist, Karen. You're literally a racist, and you will be overthrown from the National Committee within the next 10 years, or 5. Within the next 5 years, you will not be a member of the National Committee. The fact that you literally went on a YouTube video in public and said that it reminds you of the incel movement shows how utterly fucking unserious you are as a clown, and you will not be a chair of the CPUSA. Now, to be clear, I do not ever foresee me being a political leader within the CPUSA. I'm a media guy, right? I don't ever foresee me being a leader or a chair. But I know you won't. I think the future chairs of the CPUSA will be infrared and will be infrared watchers. That's what I think. It sort of reminds me... Where did she get that? It sort of reminds me of the incel movement. Why? Literally, why? Where does that come from?
Wait a minute, Scott. I wrote an article several years ago.
I want to know, like, which person on Twitter told them that? Oh, yeah, they're a bunch of incels on Twitter. Literal fucking feds just making shit up. Literal fucking feds making shit up. Like, what evidence? Why? Because I tweeted that shit at Luna Oi? Remember that shit I tweeted at Luna Oi and they called me incel because of it? Because I was like, oh yeah, but you have a white boyfriend or whatever, right? Because she was playing identity politics with me and I was outplaying her. I was going more identity politics. Like, two can play at that game, right? You talking all this shit about identity politics. I'm literally an Arab man. And you're literally dating a white American man. So shut the fuck up. Right? Let me show you the fucking hypocrisy. This literally was a person, was like the same people calling me incel or whatever, right? They shared this tweet and I saw it on my TL. or I saw someone like it or something like that. Let me show you. Let me show you. This is like the same shit I said to Luna Oi. I just witnessed a murder. You're not God or whatever, and this random person like that, I said, do your white husband know what that means? Oh, he called out her white husband. And then thousands of likes, and there's a bunch of the lefties, not all of them, but there's many of those lefties was talking shit about me, was applauding this. Well, you're taking away her agency and you are reducing her to a second grade. This is a complete incel tweet. How dare you ever say anything like this? How dare you? This is an incel tweet. The fuck?
Young folks who are in and around us. And I argued in that article that there was a thing called, working class, love of country, national
You call
pride.
it left patriotism, Joe.
Yeah, because people dug up your shit and they found out that you're a fucking liar, Joe Sims, and that you were pushing the line of socialist patriotism in 2014 when it was convenient for you because Obama was president, the fucking Democrats were president. But now, with the infrared is dividing your party on class lines between the professional managerials and the working class, now you're taking a stand against it.
Working class pride?
Didn't you call it left patriotism?
No, I call it working class patriotism. Was I wrong?
He looks so embarrassed. He looks so humiliated and embarrassed.
Well, as much as
So methodically explain how our patriotism is chauvinist. Go ahead and explain.
I would love to tell you that you're wrong, Joe. No, I think
This guy fucking sounds like Mark Zuckerberg. He literally sounds just like Mark fucking Zuckerberg. Sounds like a Silicon Valley fucking geek and nerd. This is the leader of the fucking working class? This is the leader of the working class? And the Communist Party?
this is a complicated question. And as you put it to me once, you said, we're not national nihilists.
When's the iPhone coming out?
And we're not national chauvinists, right? So
how are we chauvinists? Explain.
What I would say is...
Because I don't have gyno?
What we love...
Shut up!
...in the United States, in our people, is in the perspective of building a country that we actually can be proud of, right? Building a country that is a multinational, democratic state based on equality, based on,
What is the meaning of this virtue signaling? What are you actually trying to say? What are you actually trying to say here? Because on face value, no one's objecting to it. But what does it actually mean? Does it mean like the professional managerials are in charge and the academics are in charge and they're going to boss us around and tell us what to do? And that we're going to virtue signal and what the fuck are you talking about? How is this under dispute? When have I said the U.S. is not multicultural?
The rights of the different of the racially and nationally oppressed, and so when I think about socialist patriotism, what it conjures up for me is this struggle to actually complete the democratic revolution here in a certain
I don't disagree.
sense,
but I just think the biggest threats to American democracy are coming from the people you're tailing behind, the Democrats. And while Trump's movement is very vain, you called Trump's movement a fascist, biggest menace and threat to this country, even though the real threat is coming from the Democrats, Silicon Valley, and the Great Reset, and Amazon. But Trump's vain movement apparently is the biggest threat.
The question of
but they stormed the White House, Haz.
The rights of
a completely meaningless symbolic gesture that had no fucking consequences for reality at all.
Americans, of Native people, of other oppressed nations and nationalities, that the fight for that's at the center of building that.
So why is he so fucking nervous? Why? Because you're a fucking liar and you can't wear it with your chest, that you're fucking lying and smearing infrared. And Caleb Maupin, who has nothing to do with this, crazy adventure that I'm doing, by the way. He has nothing to do with it. He didn't sign on to it. He doesn't agree with me about this, and I'm just doing it to see what'll happen, pretty much. But you are literally smearing us, and you can't justify why, so you're super nervous and like, my Democratic handlers are not, they were not going to talk about it too much, but Infrared's a fascist, and an incel, and a Nazi, and a chauvinist, and he hates indigenous people, and he's a white nationalist, even though he's a literal fucking Arab guy from fucking Dearborn, Michigan.
Use the term socialist patriotism to talk about this thing that's, basically just...
Imagine just... Y'all, listen. Imagine a random-ass Lebanese dude. Just a random-ass Lebanese dude is being turned into the white supremacist boogeyman. Just some random-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan. Literally just some random-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan with more chest hair than this entire guy has on the top of his fucking head. Some random hairy-ass Lebanese dude from Dearborn, Michigan who grew up. This is the face of white supremacy. Literally, look how fucking stupid they look. They literally look so fucking stupid. They literally look so fucking stupid. Literally so fucking stupid. Literally just some random Lebanese guys triggering all these people in this party.
I don't know.
Some literal random Lebanese guy on Twitch. Literal random Lebanese guy on Twitch is triggering the fuck out of the National Committee of the CPUSA. And they're smearing him as a white supremacist. Oh no. Oh no.
Trying to appeal to some supposed conservatism of the working class, sloughing off struggles for African American equality, for women's equality.
How? And those are qualitatively not the same thing, you dumbass. You're not going to lead the African American struggle because you're not fucking black. So you're not going to lead that struggle. You're not going to tell black people what to do. You look like a fucking nerd and you would get roasted if you tried to do that. If you went up to black people and said, I'm your leader, they're going to roast the shit out of you and make you go home crying with your fucking underwear over your head because they'll give you a wedgie.
For gay and trans rights, that's not patriotism.
What are you talking about? You're literally just throwing out a bunch of random shit that's not even... intersectionality is not Marxist, right? Intersectionality is not Marxist. Intersectionality is a liberal theory that came out of liberal fucking universities and bourgeois theorists. It has nothing to fucking do with Marxism, Leninism. Your stupid intersectional dumbass shit. You're trying to say that all these things are qualitatively the same shit. Shut the fuck up. And no, a communist party should not be spending its time focusing on marginalized struggles. It's a communist party. Its goal is to be a party that's going to win power over its country, as Stalin said in his last speech to the communist parties of the world. Your goal is to fucking win over your people and the working class, not to fucking spend time on culture war shit.
That's just... Yeah, it's like you said, it's left-wing clothes on a right-wing idea.
Look how confidently he executed that statement. He looks so confident after saying that. These are literally the fucking weaklings in charge of the Communist Party.
And the emperor has nothing.
He looks so defeated after saying that. I think he's being forced. Maybe he's being poor guy. Maybe he's being forced to say that. That's why he looks so defeated after saying. He's like, fuck. Joe Sims is gonna kick me out if I don't agree.
So Rosanna, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna come to you in just a second, Michael. We say that there are two cultures in the United
States. Can you fix your fucking mic, Joe Sims? Because you sound like you're from fucking 1895. You sound like you're... Who's the guy who made the telephone? You sound like the voice Alexander Graham Bell, where the fuck that guy's name is. Your voice sounds like you're from fucking 1894 or some shit, and you're talking to us from 100 years ago using the first telephone in the world.
A bourgeois culture and a working class culture. Isn't it true to the same extent that there are two nations emerging in our country? There's a bourgeois nation and there's a working class nation.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And shouldn't we approach, one is embodied around Trump and the concept of white nationalism.
Okay, so you're saying this is the brilliant materialism of Joe Sims. Here lies the brilliant materialism of Joe Sims. Two nations are forming in America. One is based on the idea of white nationalism and Trump. And what's the other one based on?
And the other is embodied by Rosanna Calderon. And
Someone no one knows.
The notion of a multiracial, multinational country.
Where is this nation? Can you tell me where this nation is, Joe Sims? Give me an example of where it is. So you pointed out the Trump one, and I see where that one is because it's 50% of the country. So what's the one that's what's this one you're talking about? Where is it? Where can we find it?
That's emerging in the course of struggle, no?
Where? Tell me where. You said 50-50. Where? It's what you maybe it's like 98-2. How fucking out of touch and delusional do you have to be? What kind of fucking analysis is this? This is the brilliant materialism of the current leader. They're making a mockery of us, ladies and gentlemen. The Democrats put in these stooges who don't know the first thing about Marxism-Leninism in charge of the party, and they just say random dumb shit making a mockery of this party and its history. Remember, this is the Communist Party with a capital C, and we literally have this random dumb fuck mumbling on about dumb shit he doesn't even understand. He's talking about proletarian and bourgeois nations. And apparently Trump's nation is bourgeois. Why is it bourgeois? Do you even know what the bourgeois? The bourgeois comes from the word, the bourgeois literally means urban dweller. Do you not even fucking know where bourgeois the word came from? It was the urban dwellers in cities in the late medieval period. Or sorry, the early modern period. They were city dwellers. They were dandies. They were fashionable people who were burghers. Yeah. Burghers. I don't know how you pronounce it. That's bourgeois. Bourgeois is inherently urban. Inhabitant of a walled town. Yeah, that's where the fucking word comes from. And the relationship to the historical bourgeoisie is the burghers related to society from the perspective of urban abstraction. They reduced everything to the general standard of abstract commodity form and value. Why was that? Because it was the tyranny of the cities over the countryside. You don't know the first fucking thing about history, Joe Sims, and you literally just demonized America's countryside as bourgeois, completely eliminating the meaning of words. Words have no meaning anymore, apparently. And you made up a nation led by one of your co-chairs, apparently, that doesn't even exist. You said there's two nations. One of them exists only in your head. The other one you just wrote off, even though it's the one that's decisive for the victory of the Communist Party. But please, keep telling us the Communist Party is as small, weak, and pathetic as it fucking is because of the external conditions you can't control. Maybe you start by not fucking alienating 50% of people. Or basing your fucking material class analysis on ideas and ideals, rather than material relations to production.
Am I right or wrong?
Well, I think we're looking into this concept way too much, or not, it's not even a concept. They're just words that are being used to confuse a growing number of people that are interested in socialism. So the word socialism is being used to confuse our newer members and newer people who are looking at socialism and like, yeah, this is what we're for. But without looking into it deeper, it's just a form of using, I think someone else said, right-wing ideas using left.
Is this what leaders sound like? Do you really feel like leaders sound like this? Is this what leaders truly sound like? Is this what a leader sounds like to you? A true leader?
Left verbiage. And that's what we have to be much more mindful of and careful of, and understand what is, if we use left socialist patriotism and as Marxist, what do we mean? And if the right wing is using it, or fancy sounding folks that they look like, they seem like they know what they're talking about, but they're really just like Anita said, internet Marxist, and they use that.
What are you, a paint Marxist? You're literally on Zoom, and if this looks like a green screen background, to be honest, you're probably in the fucking Langley, you're probably in the fucking Pentagon right now, to be honest. Is this green screen? What is this background? She's probably literally in a bunker in fucking Langley, Virginia, or whatever. Internet Marxist. At least my background's fucking real.
We have to look deeper into all of these things, and I think we have to keep it.
This is so weird. Why would you fake this background?
Real and keep it in its right track. And
that's actually creepy if the background's fake.
I think that's where the biggest confusion was and is.
It is. The outline's shaking. It's a fake background. What the fuck does this mean?
Is that for some people, this term means one thing, and for others, it means something else. But it's actually used to confuse folks.
Good point. Good point. Michael, you wanted to get a word in?
Well, I just, I'm echoing what everyone else has said so far, but I really sincerely want to know why now.
Are these leaders?
Why was this not a conversation we were having, 5, 10 years ago?
Because we started it. Because Infrared started it. Because we had the idea that we should revive the Communist Party. That's why.
Ago.
I literally talk about it in one of my first YouTube live streams like months ago. I was like, yo, what if we took over the Communist Party? And it just became a thing.
It's almost as if the right-wing populism is what all of these, quote-unquote left-wing personalities are playing on.
Yeah, everything's about ideologies and ideas, and it's not about material realities and class realities.
Trying to, as Rosanna was saying, confuse. They're very clever, bringing in, these young people interested in socialism. We have to remember that even in the 1920s and 30s, that's what the Nazis did. They called
us Nazis. The amount of damage a random hairy Lebanese guy from Dearborn, Michigan can do to the fucking national leadership of the Communist Party shows how much of a joke this leadership really is. He literally is calling us Nazis.
Their ideology, national.
Hey, who's more conservative, Infrared or the KPRF, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? Hey! You ever heard of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? You ever heard of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation? Huh? Shut the fuck up!
Socialism, and we are first and foremost.
Why can't we be more like them? Why can't we be more like the KPRF? Just a little bit more, not fully, but just a little bit more. Why can't we? Why do we gotta be like fucking lib shits, like the fucking DSA? There's already a DSA. That's what I want. This is really what I wanted to get to. Yay, CPUSA, you're a bunch of dumb fucks. Hey, National Committee of the CPUSA, you're literally stupid as shit. You're dumb as a doorknob. You're dumb as shit. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to ride off of this wave of DSA radlib shit, hoping they're going to come to your party. You haven't explained why your party's a necessary alternative to the DSA. What about your party is better than the DSA? What about it? What makes you different? We already have a DSA that's for the professional managerials. We don't have a party for the working class right now. So
So how are you going to make your party viable going into the 2020s as an alternative for the DSA? There's already a DSA, CPUSA. You're trying to tap into a market that's already been consolidated. What do you have to offer that's new? Well, infrared is literally the only thing that recognizes the unique significance of the Communist Party. And this is why you can play this game of like talking shit about us and purging us for as long as you want. But years will pass, months will pass, and interest in your party is going to dwindle. And we're still going to be here. You will reckon with infrared. You will reckon with the infrared phenomena. Eventually. Maybe not tomorrow, but you will, because we're still going to be here, waiting for you to come to your senses and realize we are the only fucking future your party has. Your party's dying, decrepit. Your leadership, such as yourself, are making clowns of themselves. They're literally a bunch of jokes. I'm a dumbass on Twitch who says whatever the fuck they want because I'm an entertainer. You're literally the formal representatives and leaders of the Communist Party USA, and you're more of a fucking stupid embarrassment than even I am. Look, we all know how the left works. The left are going to come and use and abuse your CPUSA, just like they did the DSA. Then they're going to leave when they realize there's nothing different between the CPUSA and the DSA. What then, CPUSA? We're still going to be here.
Internationalists. We're internationalists, you know, and so appealing to these right-wing populist ideas and rejecting what they dismiss as identity politics, and, you know, accusing Kamala Harris of being...
It's not really about right-wing ideas.
It's about exiting the vampire's castle, exiting the discourse, and risking it all in the ground zero of material reality. It's about risking the annihilation of institutions in the ground zero of material reality. It is about completely purging from your soul the neurotic prejudices and politically correct biases you have that you superimpose upon material reality, and it is about being delivered to material reality. That's what it's about. It's about being delivered to the people as they are, and risking the possibility that this safety you project, this ideological safety, this discursive safety you project, where your entire world is free from any toxicity and free from any evil and free from any outside influence, that's what I want to tear down. And only then may communists once again become men.
The biggest fascist danger, and not people like Trump, whose followers stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
So what?
You know, that's where it gets kind of...
Why should I be scared of that? Why should I pay attention to that? It was just a stupid spectacle that meant nothing.
Meanwhile, fucking Biden and the Democrats are ramping up to create a fascist junta together with the military-industrial complex to encircle and go to war with China and Russia. So why the fuck should I care about that dumb shit that happened earlier this year? You're a fucking joke. You're literally a fucking joke. Matter of fucking fact, no, I am gonna go here. I am gonna fucking go here, Communist Party USA. You know what Democrats you shilled for? You talk about the trauma that January 6th inflicted upon you. What about the trauma of the kids in Gaza who were killed by weapons funded with American dollars under Democratic administrations? Which one do you think I think is worse? You want to fucking bitch to me about some January 6th shit? While you're holding water for literal war criminals?
$3. Did you see this? Oslibs will twist climate change agenda just to spread their hatred.
Thank you, Stomp. But dude. Nah, bro, you can't have that name.
Harry, you know, just now as we were marching around here at Columbia, someone pulled out an accordion, you know, celebrating their German-American and that's okay. It's okay to celebrate your heritage, but to play on these right wing ideas, I think that goes against everything Marxism stands for. We had a wonderful webinar just a week ago about reaching out to conservative or even reactionary minded people in rural areas. That's much different than playing along and going along with their ideas and saying, yeah, that's okay, that can build socialism, And so I think, as Rosanna said,
Yeah, everything's about ideas. Nothing is based on ambiguous intuitions and material reality. It's all ideas and ideals. These are the materialist Marxist Leninists of the CPUSA, ladies and gentlemen.
we have to set the record straight and really.
Hey, dude, my people are in your party, by the way. They're literally in your party, waiting and blending in.
Show the American people and this younger generation interested in socialism what Marxism actually is, because it's certainly not what some of these crazy internet ideas.
Prove it! Prove it! I studied Marx for 10 years. I isolated myself from the entire world to get to the bottom of what Marxism was actually about. And what I found does not sit well with the shit you're peddling.
Are saying.
I dedicated my whole life to Marxism and what Marx was actually about.
Michael, you got the last word. We have to carefully.
These people are talking about what is Marxism about. You think these people ever read Hegel? You think any of these people know who Hegel was?
Dialectically, to use Scott's word, balance the national and the international. And always basing ourselves on the unity of the people, on working class internationalism, and
that's why we have to vote for Joe Biden.
Approach to our love for our working class.
And that's why we have to enable the Democrats when they give more money to Israel to kill Palestinian children.
And people, and it's great contributions to humanity.
Translation, we have to vote for Joe Biden.
On that basis.
Translation, we have to support the Democrats in the midterms and enable them. And we have to support Amazon and Wall Street and Silicon Valley.
Not in a narrow nationalist and chauvinistic way. Thanks again, Michael. Thanks for being up there on the picket line.
Anytime.
All our best to the strikers and to our comrades there. And we will see everybody, same station, same place next week. Until then, stay strong, stay safe, and stay in the fight. Take care, everybody.
Most out of touch, delusional, bankrupt leadership of any communist party in the history of America. Absolutely pathetic and abysmal. Look at this weird comment. This guy was very generous and was like, yo, you're full of shit, and what you said has nothing to do with infrared. They're like, then why attack Land Back 1619 Project and critical race theory? Because none of those fucking things have anything to do with Marxism. They're fucking Democrat liberal polarization talking points. Land Back, nothing to do with Marxism. 1619, historical revisionism that's pro-British Empire that has nothing to do with Marxism. Critical race theory, dumb shit that was created in the universities that has nothing to do with Marxism and is entirely antithetical to Marxism. It's supposed to be a Marxist-Leninist party, not a repository of every dumb lib shit idea that comes to the fucking surface of Twitter, Joe Sims. Just because conservatives are complaining about critical race theory doesn't mean you have to adopt critical race theory as the Communist Party. Holy fuck. Holy literal fuck. Which deny the idea that the country was founded on racial, social division of labor. We've never, listen, I know what you're doing, Communist Party. Let me tell you guys what. Meghan Markle is going to run, and the Communist Party is going to be about her. Oh, yes! We were founded on this, so let's bring back the British Empire. Let me expose the CPUSA's paranoia, right? You want to know why the CPUSA is scared shitless of infrared? It's the same fucking reason why the United States government was scared shitless of the Communist Party. Because during the time of the Cold War, you had what I would call anti-Catholic xenophobia, which was basically this fear, this idea that a clandestine, secretive, occult organization was rivaling the overt and explicit forms of the state, right? Whether it's the Communist Party or the Catholic Church, whatever. Now you have Islamophobic xenophobia. Instead of Catholics, they're scared of this ephemeral stream of information as a higher, more proximate access to the symbolic order, to the signifier, almost like the Holy Quran. Like it's this direct access to the absolute, unmediated. And this is a more direct relationship to truth. A stream motivates people more to be fanatically devout believers, believe it or not, than Joe Sims and the Communist Party does. So they're scared of us because they know, even though I'm not in the party, even though we're not breaking the party's rules, and we're not doing anything at the level of the party's internal form, we're still somehow manipulating the party, just like the same way the Communist Party was manipulating the U.S. government and the paranoid mind of the U.S. government. Because just like the Communist Party's organizational form was a higher form of social organization than the U.S. government's was in relation to its people, this internet shit is a higher form of at least media or the directing of information and therefore organization than the Communist Party is. And yet they're fully compatible, just like the Communist Party was compatible to the U.S. government, right? It wanted to seize hegemony. Just like we want to seize hegemony over the Communist Party. So the Communist Party has this crazy McCarthyite purge of infrared going on right now. And it's very similar to McCarthyism. It's very similar to McCarthyism. It's very similar to McCarthyism. Yeah, are you now or have you been a viewer of the infrared webcast? You ever notice our haters capitalize the R? What is up with that? Why do our fucking haters capitalize the R in infrared? What's up with that? You guys notice that shit? You guys ever notice that shit? It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, they're trying to make me look like a Republican. Or I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know why that would be the case. It's just weird. It's just weird. Infrared. Infrared. Is Elden Ring out? Hold on. Elden Ring is out? No, it's not. Oh, it's being tested. The playtest for streamers. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. You can play it? I don't want to play it, man. I'll just wait till it comes out. I don't want to fucking bother with shit. I don't want to bother with shit. I don't want to bother with nothing. Final words on the CPUSA business before we end it, because we're gonna make I'm gonna make a video on this. I'm gonna get my editor to make a video on it. Final word on this infrared shit. Okay? Sorry, on this CPUSA shit. What did I want to say? We'll talk about it more later. We'll talk about it more later.
Maria H, thanks the 5. How do you recommend handling liberals and others who refuse to recognize Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism, thinking it's too broad? I feel like you're subtweeting some people there. There's no such thing as an objective definition. The definition
Voss is going to define fascism for us. Let's see.
That we use, we choose to use because they serve some utility. There's a purpose to them that brings value to us. Now, one thing that I've noticed when talking with fascists or noticing the history of fascist movements, it's that fascism, and especially fascist advocates, are ideologically incoherent, like massively so. If you take a look at what fascist movements have argued for historically, they vary hugely. And what fascist...
They really don't. They're very... You have the same thing going on with fascism, is capitalist crisis and war, mobilizing the country for wars of aggression.
Individuals argue for sometimes is like very contradictory, where people will talk about like socialist stuff but then support fascist movements. It's like really, really complicated. Look at all like the Naz bullshit with like Dugan in Russia, or like look at the types of people.
Dugin is literally not a fascist though, so you're being tautological. The question, Vaj, is how do you know if they're fascists?
Who are fascists, but
how can you judge whether they're fascist or not?
Support the USSR, right? This stuff's really complicated. The reason I think it's important to use the 14 points is because it's an effective way of distilling not the policy principles of fascism, but rather the cultural modes of behavior that feed into it, you know?
But what is it? The question is, what is it? What is fascism in the first place? Can you tell me, can you define it and tell me what it is in the first place?
The things that tend to be associated with it. It's more important, I think, to look at the vibes, essentially. Now, is
the vibes. So you can just call anything fascist.
Is that very broad? Yes, because you're looking not at a specific, concrete, inclusive, and exclusive definition. You're looking rather at like a pointers and warning signs.
You know what? From a psychoanalytic perspective, clip me here. Vosh is saying vaginas are fascist. He's saying vaginas are fascist. Because, here's the thing. In a psychoanalytic sense, you can't... In a psychoanalytic sense, vaginas are ambiguous. They're just ambiguous, right? And they represent, psychoanalytically, this chaotic ambiguity, right? And that's why there's an eroticism to just like fully make it completely transparent, right? But anyway, what he's basically saying is that he's mistaking his own limitation with an immanent feature of the object. So if Vaush doesn't completely master the vagina, that means the vagina itself is fascist. Does that make sense? Like, he thinks vaginas are fascist. Trust me. From psychoanalytic perspective, that's what he thinks.
But I don't think that makes it useless at all. That's how we check for a lot of other stuff, isn't it? Are you being abused? Do you have depression? It's usually, like, if you're asked these questions by a therapist, they usually don't ask you, like, they don't say...
Yeah, but that's implying that the thing that these are symptoms of can be defined in some kind of way. You can't do that with fascism by your own admitting. You're admitting yours is undefinable.
Like the definition of abuse or the definition of depression and just ask you if that's what you are, right?
No, but they can still arrive at a definition of those things. Now, how they discover whether you have depression or you have abuse is another thing, but they can actually define what those are. Finding out whether you are those things is another thing. But knowing what those are clinically is a thing.
Is they ask you questions and they go through a list of points over and over, and you're
yeah, but what is it, Vaush? What is it?
You're very rarely going to be in line with every single like warning sign, but you'll often be in line with many of
This is a complete illogical tautology. It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
them. You go through symptoms, and if there's enough of it altogether, it's then there's something to worry about. I think basically every political movement in history would adhere to at least one of Umberto Eco's 14 points.
No, I'm gonna say all 10 of them.
But if one is adhering to 10 of them, well, that's
or all 14 of them.
A little further down the line,
Yeah, anything that makes me nervous is fascist. Anything that makes me sweat a little bit is fascist. Anti-CP laws are fascist. Destiny's Discord admins are fascist.
Same with depression or abuse. Like, one of the abuse talking points is like, well, has your partner ever yelled at you? Well, I think most people have at some point either yelled at their partner or been yelled at by their partner. Like, people can argue when they're in healthy relationships. That's not a...
I think Vosh is just defining fascism as anything which threatens his very neurotic and airtight sense of a airtight worldview. He's just defining fascism as anything outside of his ideological projection of the world. And anything that makes him nervous or anxious or uneasy about that, he just calls that fascist.
Abnormal at all.
That's why a lot of these people call fascism irrationalistic, right? Because for them, anything outside of their rationalism is fascist. That's why they think Islam is fascist. That's what they call that Dune movie, which was a lib shit movie, fascist.
But it can still be a sign of other stuff. It's also possible to have an abuse.
Yo, Anna, did you hear what happened? I actually got kicked out of the Zerka Gatekeeper Royale.
Relationship where people don't yell, but the point is it's about general indicators. The palingetic ultranationalism one is like a good, solid, concise definition, but I feel it's not as useful in...
It's a concise definition. Palingetic ultranationalism, which is a complete... Build back better. Palingetic ultranationalism. Build back better.
Understanding how fascist movements come about.
Build back better, Vosh.
About.
Bunch of dumb, vague bullshit. Honestly. Bunch of stupid, vague, dumb bullshit. Dune sucks. No, I don't want a James Hockey clip, dude. I don't know why you guys think that after I debate someone, I want to still, go after them. I debated them already, so we're done. I don't have anything more to say.
And thinking.
Breathing underwater, deep inside myself, I will try to find. Alright, guys. I was gonna watch a video about Chinese, whatever, but I want to work on my Substack. So I'll see you tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. I was gonna do another 30 minutes, but when Zizek, that's the thing, I have to email Zizek too, because I got his email now, and I got contacts and stuff, and stay on. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow. This being kicked out of the fucking Zerka shit actually caught me by surprise, right? So, yeah. I gotta rethink some things, Announcement? I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna email. I'm gonna work on some stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay? Bye-bye!